the suicidal awareness hotline number. I'm proud to say I've tried my best to work across the aisle. Early on this session, we took out some homeschooling legislation that a lot of my members, colleagues across the aisle were opposed to. I've met with Senator Duckworth and Rarick and Coleman in recent days. I've met with Senator Draheim and Abler and Lucero. I want to thank the members of the Democrats that have come up to me with concerns. And I want to end with saying we've worked across the aisle, putting together, and Senator Kunesh and I have 60 years combined experience in the classroom in our schools. And we get it. We've worked with the Department of Education, Education Minnesota, teachers, students. We had more students testify this year in committee than in my previous 6 years combined. I want to close with saying Commissioner Jett, after seeing this bill, said to me, "This honors our diverse student population and our teaching profession." And with that said, Mr. President, I have the A50 amendment.
Senator Swazinski offers the A50 amendment. The Secretary will report the A50 amendment.
Senator Swazinski moves to amend Senate File Number 1311 as follows. Page 17, line 27, delete 1 and insert C. This is the A50 amendment.
Senator Swazinski, to your A50 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is purely a technical amendment that came from nonpartisan staff to make the bill even better than it already is.
Any discussion on the A50 amendment? Are you requesting a roll call or you're not, Senator Swazinski? No roll call. All right. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A50 is adopted. Senator Swazinski.
Mr. President, I have the A29 amendment.
Senator Swazinski offers the A29 amendment. The Secretary will report the A29 amendment.
Senator Swazinski moves to amend Senate File Number 1311 as follows. Page 5, line 1, delete everything after the comma and insert. This is the A29 amendment.
Senator Swazinski, to your A29 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This language simply clears up some of the language that in the civics bill, and on this I would like a roll call vote.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Swazinski. Any additional discussion? Any additional discussion on the A29 amendment? Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Swazinski yield for a question?
Senator Swazinski, will you yield?
Yes, I would, Mr. President.
He will yield. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. Could you just offer a little explanation of the amendment, please?
Senator Swazinski, to the question.
Yeah, the civics bill, right now there are about 30 standards in 9 through 12 of the social studies standards that deal specifically with civics. We do not require civics to graduate in the state of Minnesota. If you remember my opening remarks, I read Article 13 of the Minnesota State Constitution, which clearly states the stability of a Republican form of government dependent mainly upon the intelligence of the people. It is our duty to embed civics in order to graduate, and this amendment was a compromise with the school districts and the school boards, and it changed 1 credit to credit.
Any additional discussions on the A29 amendment? Senator Duckworth.
Mr. President, briefly, I just want to thank Senator Swedzinski for working to find a compromise on this. The civics education requirement in the bill, as it was originally presented, elicited some feedback from districts, and they said, hey, we would desire to have a little bit more flexibility on how we're going to meet the requirement that you're imposing upon us. And so we view this as a good change, a good modification to allow those districts to have a little bit more flexibility, not burden them with too much more of a mandate. If students are already meeting this civics requirement, they'll be good to go, and it won't be an additional requirement imposed upon them in order to graduate. Thank you.
Senator Swedzinski. Seeing none, the Secretary will give the roll on the A29 amendment.
This is where I'm supposed to vote for, right? Yes. Vote for everything.
Senator Bowden, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Disick votes aye.
Senator Disick votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Wickland votes aye.
Senator Wickland votes aye.
And Senator Rest votes aye.
And Senator Rest votes aye. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 55 ayes and 0 nays, the A29 amendment is adopted. Senator Swedzinski.
And lastly, on my part, I have the A47 amendment.
A27?
47, Mr.
A47
President.
amendment. Senator Swedzinski offers the A47 amendment. The Secretary will report the A47 amendment.
Senator Swedzinski moves to amend Senate File Number 1311 as follows. Page 2, line 29, after science, insert. This is the A47 amendment.
Senator Swedzinski to the A47 amendment.
The A47 amendment is my attempt to listen to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle with some of their concerns about language in the bill. So I hope they see their particular concern in the A47 amendment.
Any discussion on the A47 amendment? Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you'd be so kind, if Senator Swedzinski would be so kind as just to give us a quick minute to read the amendment before we vote on it, that would be appreciated.
Senator Swedzinski. He asked for you to give a little more depth to the A47 so that they know what's there.
Senator Duckworth will, Mr. President, can you ask that question again of me, please?
It's my Senator Duckworth. You want to just ask it one more time?
Yes, Mr. President. I was just asking for a couple of minutes so that we could quickly read the amendment before we vote, so we can understand it in its entirety. Just 2-3 minutes is all. Thank you.
He wants a couple minutes to review the A47 so he can give his comments. Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a roll call on the A47 amendment.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Any other comments on the A47 where I'm going to wait so that we can make sure that Senator Duckworth gets his questions answered? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was wondering if Senator Swedzinski would yield for a question.
Senator Swedzinski, will you yield?
Absolutely.
He will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you. Senator Swedzinski, I think what some of us are having trouble with is understanding all the various parts in this amendment that are being changed, and maybe you can provide us a more detailed description of the individual changes that you're making.
Senator Swedzinski to the question.
That might prove to be a little bit difficult, Senator Pratt. So if you could specifically ask a question on the amendment, I'd be glad to answer that.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Swedzinski yield for another question?
Senator Swedzinski, will you yield?
Yes, I'm sorry.
He will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Swedzinski, this is your amendment. I'm not sure why it would be difficult to describe. Can you help me understand why it would be so difficult to describe all the changes you're making?
Senator Swedzinski.
Sure, I'll go through them all, but, okay. So lines 1, 2, and 1, 3 of the amendment change the required standards for science and make some technical changes for math and science. Lines 111 through 114 was a way, again, for me to reach across the aisle was changing the definition of ethnic studies. So that would be lines 111 and 112 and 113 through 114. Lines 115 and 116 deals with tribal nations language. 117 changes the way we withdraw, the procedure for withdrawal is, and the records are transmitted to the next district and the previous district. Line 118 removes, quote, removing a pupil from class and changes the non-exclusionary discipline policies. 122 to 128 creates policy that ensures school districts and a dismissed pupil maintain contact with students of progress. As you can see already, a lot of it deals with exclusion and non-exclusion of our students. Lines 2.1 through 2.3 of the bill removes lines 87 of the omnibus bill and changes the definition in another part of the bill of ethnic studies. Lines 2.4 to 2.14 also changes some of the language of ethnic, in the ethnic studies language, dealing with some anti-racist and racism and how it was defined in the original bill. Line 2.8 removes, quote, chronically favor white people from the bill, but maintains learning about institutional racism as it pertains to institutions that result in outcomes and disadvantages for Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Lines 210 through 213 strikes language about adopting plans in the budget, and 215 through 219 changes the, again, a provision for disciplining our teachers.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Senator Pratt.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Swedzinski, I'm interested in the changes or additions you're making to Section 6 that talk about disciplining a teacher on the basis of incorporating people into curriculum. And then you specifically identify those people who may be incorporated in the curriculum, but I suppose that there's an opportunity for others to be invited to join the curriculum, and a teacher could be disciplined for incorporating. It says in a federally protected class, a teacher may not be disciplined. Are there opportunities or are there possibilities that someone who's not in a protective class would then be precluded from participating in a classroom discussion, or that teacher could be disciplined?
Senator Pratt, are you asking him to yield for a question?
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I thought I'd asked that, but I forgot.
Will you yield?
Yes. Could you ask
will
the
yield. Did you hear the question?
Yes.
Senator Swedzinski, to the question.
No, Senator Pratt, would you repeat that question at the end?
Thank you.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Swedzinski, this talks specifically about a teacher incorporating someone into the curriculum in a federally protected class. My question is, does that then preclude them or put them at risk for incorporating someone into the curriculum not identified in a federally protected class?
Senator Swedzinski.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Pratt. I appreciate that. And I think the answer is no. The reason that language is in there, Senator Rarick talked to me about that, and he was concerned. I think we changed it a little bit after my conversation with him. And as I see that clause, that provision in the bill, it's that if a teacher that teaches controversial subject matter and is in class one day talking about something that is controversial and it deals with a protected class, that there would not be disciplinary action for trying to get his students or her students engaged in critical thinking.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. But Senator Swedzinski, isn't it then, would Senator Swedzinski yield for a question?
Senator Swedzinski, will you yield?
Yes, I will yield.
He will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator Swedzinski, as I understand it, that if a teacher wants to bring in someone to talk on a controversial issue, they could do so without fear of discipline if that person is a member of a protected class. But if they are not a part of a protected class, they would not be afforded that same protection under discipline, talking about that same controversial issue. That's, I believe, what I'm reading here in Section 6 of your changes.
Senator Swedzinski, to the question.
Yeah, and again, I'm not understanding totally what you're asking, Senator Pratt, but I do know no teacher would probably, well, I would most likely have a guest speaker come into their class without having it approved by the administration ahead of time.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Swedzinski yield for another question?
Senator Swedzinski, will you yield?
Yeah.
He will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, if I were to just propose this scenario to Senator Swedzinski, let's say we're in science class and we're talking about evolution, and we bring in a person in a protected class to talk about evolution, and the teacher is then protected from any discipline. If they chose to bring somebody in from, or let me flip the scenario, Mr. President, and I just want to make sure we're perfectly clear. If a teacher were to bring in a non-protected class to talk about evolution, then if they brought in someone to talk about creationism, in order for the teacher to potentially avoid being disciplined, that person would have to be part of a protected class. Is that correct?
Senator Swedzinski.
So can you just state the question, please, Senator Pratt? I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Swedzinski, I'm in a science class and I'm talking about evolution. And if I bring in a speaker to talk about evolution that's not in a protected class, a teacher could potentially be disciplined. But if I bring in someone to talk about evolution in a protected class, the teacher would be precluded from any discipline, even though it may not conform wholly with the standards, as I understand it.
Senator Swedzinski, to the question.
Yeah, I thought that's what you asked. Like I said, I think there would be no repercussions from the administration because that person wouldn't have been allowed in the classroom without the administration approving it ahead of time. So they would know what they're coming in to talk, and the administration, based on local control, would decide whether that person would be allowed under the provision to come into the classroom.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Swedzinski yield for another question?
Senator Swedzinski, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Swedzinski, would you point me to where in your amendment it requires pre-approval by the district or where in other statute? Because it seems like there's no reason to have this amendment specifically saying that we won't discriminate against guests in a protected class provided, I mean, if they have pre-approval, there's no reason to discipline a teacher. So can you show me where that requirement is in your amendment?
Senator Swedzinski.
Yeah, and Senator Pratt, I apologize if I'm not comprehending exactly what you're asking, but in order to be a guest speaker in a classroom, the teacher has to ask the administration, can I have this speaker into my class? So then the administration, local control, would say yes or no to that speaker's message that he or she wants to deliver within that class.
Senator Pratt.
Let Senator Coleman go. I'll let Senator Coleman go.
Yeah, but I have to take people in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll hold my questions for a little bit.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple others before I get to you. Senator Coleman, I'm sorry, but I try to do them in order. Senator Nelson. Oh, she's gone. Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I want to just really quickly draw your attention to the lines of the bill that we've been discussing. It's 90.31 through 90.34. This is about discrimination or discipline for a teacher or principal on the basis of incorporating into curriculum contributions by persons in federally protected classes. So this isn't about guest speakers in a classroom. This is about contributions into the curriculum by people in protected classes. A really good example that I'll give you, Mr. President, is James Baldwin, who is a famous black author, and some schools do read books by him or plays on him. There are efforts throughout the country to ban books by black authors, ban books by LGBTQ authors. This is a really good example of ensuring that when a educator incorporates curriculum that's already been set by the district into their classroom, contributions by people that are part of the curriculum, that there is not discrimination or discipline for doing so, as we have seen throughout the country. Thank you.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment before us, it is a good faith attempt by the chair of this committee to address several of the concerns that Senator Duckworth, Rarick, and I brought up. With the caveat, I will add that it does not address 90% of the concerns we brought up, but it does address 10%. In this industry, you take the wins where you can get them. Regarding lines 2.16, this is a redrafting of the original language in the bill in an attempt to appease some of the concerns that Senator Rarick and I and Duckworth had with this. I'm not sure if it's quite perfect yet. I understand the goal of it. I think that this language gets us much closer to the goal that we have in mind today, and I do have the word of the chair that we will continue to work on perfecting this language. The goal is simply to say you cannot be discriminated against as a teacher or a principal simply for the curriculum you want to bring being or having to deal with people in a protected class. The goal here is to help tell their stories without fear of retribution. I do think that this is a friendly amendment. We will have several other amendments that will address our concerns today. So members will be voting green, but vote your conscience on this one. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the A47 amendment? Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate Senator Swedzinski. Thanks for listening to some of my ideas, which I see in this amendment. I think it cleans up some of the language. I think there's still some gaps, but it's far better than it was, and I think far less inflammatory to people who want to come on board to actually deal with the issues of how to achieve equity and justice for everybody, which I appreciate. So I'll just leave it at that. I have an amendment later, but thanks, Mr. President.
The Secretary would take the roll on the A. Senator Karoun.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While this amendment is an improvement, it does not address the core problem with this provision, which is that it takes away curriculum decisions from the locally elected school boards and puts it into the hands of teachers. And while we can all probably come up with examples of positive contributions that could be used under this provisions, which probably isn't even a problem right now, certainly it could also be used to incorporate into curriculum very radical and controversial elements as well. So it's an improvement, but it doesn't address the core problem with this provision. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other, Senator Nelson, we called on you earlier, but you had left. Senator Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if the author, Senator Swedzinski, would yield for a question.
Senator Swedzinski, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, I'm just wondering if you can give a little insight into the combination of the A47 amendment as amended onto your bill in regards to requirements. It's a little unclear reading both what you're doing regarding academic requirements. My questions are thus. One, it appears like you're cutting a science requirement. And then I'm also asking you how many new requirements are you putting, these are called, these are graduation requirements. How many new ones are being added in your bill as amended? Should it be amended by the A47? And then thirdly, it looks like you're removing that some of the science requirements be tied to academic standards. So those are three concerns I'd like you to address, Senator Swedzinski.
Senator Swedzinski.
I think I got all that. I do have, I'll answer your question in a minute, Senator Nelson, but I just want to correct my colleague from Waconia and Chanhassen. I think the number is closer to 20% than 10%, Senator Coleman. So just FYI. So to your question, Senator Nelson, we are requiring some edicts that I think are in keeping with the oath we took when we were sworn into office to uphold the Minnesota State Constitution, and specifically Article 13. And I think our students will benefit from more science classes, more ethnic studies curriculum, more civics education, and more personal finance. Last state fair, the House and Senate booths took a survey of, I believe it was 6,000 or 6,000 people at the state fair. And the number one answer to all the inquiries they made in those surveys was, do you think students should have civics to graduate and a personal finance class to graduate? And over 90% of respondents said yes. And it was the highest, it was higher than Social Security tax exemption, higher than all the other questions they had to ask. So I'm not sure I answered your question, Senator Nelson.
Senator Nelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Senator, I'm afraid you did not answer my question. And to the finance requirement, or to the civics requirement, I know you and I have worked on this for a number of years together, and this is critically important, the civics education. So I'm going to get back to my original questions, but before I leave the civics education requirement, which a requirement, I understand, do the students, are they still required under your proposals here to take the civics test, or to take the citizenship test, which of course has been required that all Minnesota students take the citizenship test, which is civics, by the way, but they're not required to report it by individual school districts or by student. And I want to know the status, as we're talking about civics education, what is the status in your bills today regarding students' requirement to take and basically we just report the percent of students who pass the citizenship test?
Senator Nelson, are you asking Senator Swedzinski to yield?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Swedzinski, will you yield?
Yeah, of course I will. And Senator Nelson, is this an appropriate time for us to be talking about civics when we're going through A47? Or should I just address this question now because it's in the bill? I'm just asking for clarification.
What is before us is the A47 amendment. If that's not a part of the A47, then we should wait until there's nothing before us and we can talk about it.
And I would be glad to address it now or then, whatever the chair or the president decides.
Senator Nelson, is your question a part of the A47?
Thank you, Mr. President. My question was in response to Senator Swedzinski's response to my question about new requirements and new academic requirements, course requirements. He brought up ethnic councils, ethnic studies, finance, civics. And so I was replying to his reply, Mr. President. But my first question was, and still remains, how many new course requirements are required with the A47 and the amendment and the bill as it is written? Currently, I believe this, well, I'll let Senator Swedzinski state how many credits are currently required to graduate in our state in total. And then how many new specific course requirements are in his bill and amendment? That is relevant to this, Mr. President. Thank you. That is my question for him to yield.
And she asked if you'd be willing to yield, you will yield. And so if you could answer, members, this would be a good time as a friendly and gentle reminder. Please only speak to things that are before the body. When you start going off and then people start responding to you going off someplace, it takes the focus away from what is before the body, and it's harder for us to follow along. So when you respond or when you have questions, will you be so kind as to make sure it's focused around whatever is in front of the body? With that being said, Senator Swazinski, to the questions that have been asked by Senator Nelson that pertains to the A47 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, for reminding us of that. To Senator Nelson's question, there will be 2 new required classes under the amendment and the bill.
Senator Nelson. Senator Nelson.
Mr. President, I apologize. I had another conversation in my ear. Might I ask Senator Swazinski to repeat his reply? I apologize to the body.
Senator Swazinski, will you just repeat what you said?
Yeah, there's 2 new requirements based on the amendment and the bill, and they are in civics and personal finance.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is exactly what I needed to hear. There are 2 new additional requirements. So the question is, if the senator will yield then.
Senator Swazinski, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Nelson.
So instead of requiring 21 credits to graduate, which I believe is our current requirement, now are 23 credits required for graduation.
Senator Swazinski, to the question.
As I stated earlier, this is coming from our constituents in all of our districts. People are demanding that we teach a personal finance class in order to graduate. We've got 20-somethings that are saddled with debt. They have no idea how the college debt will impact their ability to buy to secure a mortgage, little things like that. And with respect to the civics class, we're really not changing anything because we already have the 30 standards in civics. All we're saying is you have to do what you have to do.
Senator Nelson.
Mr. President, that did not answer my question. I will repeat it. I'm asking if these 2 new requirements, some which I have been the author for. It is not a question of their worthiness. It's a question of math. I want to know if adding these 2 requirements increases the number of credits that Minnesota seniors must have to graduate, which is currently 21. Does this increase that to 23? That's an important piece to know.
Senator Swazinski, she's asking if you will yield. Senator Swazinski will yield to the question. Senator Swazinski.
Yeah, so first of all, when we talk about credits, we have to talk about, are we on a 4-period day? Are we on a 7-period day? Are we on a 6-period day? Are we a semester? Are we a quarter? Are we a trimester? So when we start getting hung up on what is a credit, it gets complicated. It gets us in the weeds. Bottom line, the civics is not, it's the language in the bill, in the amendment says credit. Doesn't say a credit, doesn't say 1 credit, credit to graduate. And I worked with Senator Draheim on the personal finance, and that bill, that class is going to be an experimental class combining online learning with in-class instruction, and I think it'll end up being a class that the rest of the country looks at as being a model on how to teach personal finance.
Senator Nelson.
Mr. President, I'm going to have to go elsewhere for the answer. This has nothing to do with trimesters. This has to do with what our state requires for graduation. I believe it's 21 credits now. I want to know if this bill will require 23 credits or if it will be taking options away from students. I will find out in another place. Let me be clear, it's not that I'm against either of these, and I appreciate, Senator Swedzinski, I appreciate the fact, particularly on the civics credit, that you said a credit, not specifically if it's a half a credit or a full credit. So I think you're making the right moves here. I just can't get the math question answered that I need, and I will try to go to nonpartisan staff for that. Thank you.
Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the discussion. And so I've been working with Senator Swedzinski actually successfully, it sounds like, on this amendment. I just have one more question on this because I can't figure out all the details on the floor on the fly. So if you would yield for a question, Mr.
Senator
President.
Swedzinski, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Abler.
Well, thanks, Senator Swedzinski. There's a lot of these standards that are embedded through different classes like science and math and other ones. Does this amendment change any of that?
Senator Swedzinski to the question.
No.
Senator Abler.
Mr. President, rats. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the author of the amendment yield?
Senator Swedzinski, will you yield? Senator Swedzinski will yield. Senator Jaskowski to the A47 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for yielding, Senator Swedzinski. On lines 1.7 through 1.10 of the amendment, it appears that you add a qualifier to science there. So some of the statewide accountability standards or requirements, so currently the law says on line 2.29 of the bill, science. And so your amendment adds a qualifier onto that says including earth and space science, life science, and the physical sciences, including chemistry and physics. So the way I read that, my question to you, Senator Swedzinski, is does that limit the school district's ability and therefore give them more requirements around science? Does it, for instance, if a school district is including agricultural sciences currently to satisfy that science requirement, does this exclude those alternative types of science offerings that they have been using to fulfill that requirement?
Senator Swedzinski to the question.
Thank you, Senator Jaskowski, and the answer is no. And this language came from the science teachers and the Department of Education. This is something they've asked for.
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would he yield again, Mr. President?
Senator Swedzinski, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator Swedzinski, currently are schools able to use agricultural science offerings to satisfy number 3, science, on line 2.29 of the bill?
Senator Swedzinski to the question.
Thanks again, Senator Jaskowski. I missed where you were referencing in the amendment.
Senator Jaskowski, will you reference again, and so Senator Swedzinski can get what Senator Jaskowski is referencing?
Very good, Mr. President. Thank you. Line 2.29 of the bill, Senator Swedzinski.
2.29, Senator Swedzinski. He's looking.
Well, I'm going to give up looking because I think I do believe the answer is yes to the agricultural comment you made.
Senator Jaskowski. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, so thank you, Senator Swedzinski. So I did hear that I think it probably does qualify, but I didn't hear anything super definitive there. It appears to me, I mean, just the way I'm reading, Mr. President, this amendment is that, and certainly
the language in the bill under mathematics above there on lines 2.26 or 2.28 of the bill, it seems we are providing qualifications that could be limiters for our school districts or could be read as limiters for them in their offerings in these areas. And Senator Nelson pointed out two other places of the bill where we further are having additional requirements or limiters on our school districts to meet the graduation requirements. These qualifiers, both what's already in the bill on lines 2.26 or 2.28 around mathematics and the amendment being offered on lines 1.7 through 1.10 of the amendment in its qualifiers appear to be additional limiters to our school districts. At least that's the way I read it, Mr. President. And so I'm just struggling with all of those realities, and I wish we had a better and more definitive answer. Maybe another member can help. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any additional discussion on the A47 amendment? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll. Senator Bolton, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Wickland votes aye.
Senator Wickland votes aye.
And Senator Rest votes aye.
And Senator Rest votes aye. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Senator who?
Jasinski.
Oh, thank you. Senator Howe votes no.
Senator Howell votes no.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes no.
Senator Weissenberg votes no. Senator Jasinski. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 51 ayes and 15 noes. The A47 amendment is adopted. Any additional amendments?
Mr. President.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer the A40.
Senator Duckworth offers the A40 amendment. The secretary will report the A40 amendment.
Correction, Mr. President. I apologize. I misspoke. I meant to say the A30.
The A30 amendment, if you can give those back, thank you so much. Senator Duckworth offers the A30 amendment. The secretary will report the A30 amendment.
Senator Duckworth moves to amend Senate File Number 1311 as follows. Page 2, delete Section 2. This is the A30 amendment.
Senator Duckworth, to your A30 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. To keep things moving right along, I have an amendment to the amendment. I'd also like to offer the A45.
Senator Duckworth offers the A45, which is an amendment to the amendment. The secretary will report the A45 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Duckworth moves to amend the A30 amendment to Senate File Number 1311 as follows. Page 1, after line 2, insert. This is the A45 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Duckworth, to your A45 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the work that has been done so far in relation to this bill. I thank Senator Swedzinski for listening to some of our feedback and his willingness to make some modifications to the bill. I apologize that it turned into a little bit of a longer exercise than I anticipated, but I appreciate his willingness and your willingness, Mr. President, to give us the time to understand that amendment and ask some questions. What this amendment does is it essentially eliminates or removes several of the mandates in the policy bill. It's our way of highlighting and prioritizing what we then replace those mandates with, and that is a commitment to literacy. It's a commitment to helping our kids all across the schools of Minnesota learn how to read and improve their literacy rates. Line 1.7 of the amendment says, and ongoing, it says, it is the intent of the legislature that public schools promote foundational literacy and grade-level reading proficiency through the use of curriculum, textbooks, instructional materials, instructional practices, interventions, and teacher development and training based solely on the science of reading. Further down on line 1.13, it says, this includes developing foundational reading skills relying on phonics and decoding, fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension that can be differentiated to meet the needs of individual students. And lastly, on the second page, lines 2.18 to 2.20, it says a teacher preparation program approved by the Professional Educator Licensing and Standards Board for teachers of elementary education must require instruction in understanding and applying the science of reading. Mr. President, the reason for this amendment is as follows. We know right now that our schools are overtaxed. Teachers are having to deal with all sorts of different mandates and changes, all of which distract from their true purpose, which is devoting their undivided attention to our kids, especially our littlest kids in our elementary schools who are struggling to learn to read. And Mr. President, when I give my assessment of the situation regarding some literacy rates in the state, it's not meant as a criticism. It's not meant to be hard or criticize our school districts, our teachers, parents, or even those little kids who are trying their hardest to learn to read. It is simply acknowledging the reality of the situation. And that reality is literacy rates in the state of Minnesota amongst our public schools has been declining. And it's incumbent upon us as a legislature to step forward and take immediate and drastic action to correct and fix that and help our kids succeed. And we know one of the ways in which we can do that is by embedding the science of reading, which relies on phonics and the sounding out of words in our schools, and also helping teachers who would be, or students in college who would become teachers in the classroom, learn that foundational training early on so they can implement it in their classrooms and help those little kids learn to read. So all the amendment seeks to do is remove some of the mandates the bill would impose and replace it with what we think we should be solely focused on and prioritizing for the time being, and that's improving literacy rates across the state of Minnesota and helping our little kids learn to read. Thank you, Mr. President, and I would also request a roll call on this vote.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. And that's on the A45 amendment to the amendment. Senator Klein. Any other questions? Senator Pratt on the A45, which is the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Swedzinski yield for a question?
Senator Swedzinski, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Swedzinski, I'm looking at the amendment, and it would strike Section 10 on page 13, starting line 13.6, and it goes down. And one of the key changes you make is it limits how much a charter school or public school may test their students, and that the calendar must be published at least 1 week prior to any eligible assessment being administered, but no later than October 1st. So, Senator Swedzinski, I'm going to ask a two-part question here, just so we don't have to go through the formal rigmarole. Isn't this a local control issue to decide how much students could be tested? I think you and I would agree that we don't want to overtest students, but isn't that the prerogative of the school district to make that decision? And my second question, Senator Swedzinski, is if we have a year like this year, with a lot of e-learning days and potentially some snow days, and if a district needed to move their testing date out, wouldn't this requirement preclude them from having the flexibility to delay testing by, let's say, a week?
Senator Pratt, just so that I'm clear, we're on the A45, and I was looking on the A45, and can you show me the connection so we can then go to Senator Swedzinski?
Yes, Mr. President. The A45 amendment deletes Section 10, and what I'm speaking to are directly to changes to Section 10 that Senator Swedzinski made.
Senator Swedzinski, to the question.
Can I ask Senator Aaron May Quaid to answer that question? Is that permissible, Mr. President?
No, right now, the way the rules go is he asked you to yield,
Okay.
and you can always say that you would hope that Senator McQuaid can answer that question, but then we have to go back to Senator Pratt, and he has to decide if he wants to ask Senator McQuaid a question.
Okay, well, I'll answer the question to the best of my ability. A lot of the reading requirements we'll be talking about later in the finance bill, and there are some reading provisions in both the finance and policy education bill, because we all know the importance of getting our youngest readers up to reading proficiency. And but with that said, there is an expert on the floor, a lot more knowledgeable on this subject than I am.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maybe I should re-ask if Senator Swedzinski would yield, I would like to re-ask my question, because he answered a question about reading, and that wasn't my question.
Senator Pratt, I think he thinks Senator McQuaid might be a better person to answer your specific question. So if you want me to still want him to yield, I'll be certain to ask him that question.
I would prefer to ask the author of the bill, Mr. President.
Senator Swedzinski, will you yield for a question?
Well, I can only retort, I just don't understand how this is relevant to the Duckworth amendment.
Senator Swedzinski, will you yield for a question?
Yes.
Senator Pratt.
So, Senator Swedzinski, I'm not talking about the science of reading part of the amendment. I'm talking about on line 1.4 where it says to delete Section 10 on pages 2 to 29. And when I go to Section 10, it talks about testing, not reading. And it says it limits the amount that a district must publish their testing schedule no later than October 1st. My question to you is, if a year like this year, where we have a number of e-learning days or a number of school days or snow days, causes a disruption in learning, would a school district have the flexibility then to move that testing date out a week without violating the proposed statutory change you're making?
Senator Swazinski to the question.
Yeah, this addition on page 13, line 2-3, helps the parents, and it gives more time than the previously did, because now they have more time to know when the assessments will be given in the following, well, in that calendar year.
Senator Pratt. Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I think Senator Swazinski answered that question really well. The way that the language is currently written is that districts or charters must publish before the first day of school each year. So we're talking like August, maybe September, and the way that we're changing it is so that it is 1 week prior to those assessments, no later than October 1st. So this gives districts the flexibility to post the testing calendar in accordance with what works for the local school districts, whatever assessments they'll be administering, with at least 1 week notice to parents.
Any other questions on the A45 amendment? Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. The one thing I want to say about the A45 amendment, I really want to appreciate Senator Duckworth for bringing this language forward. He and I agree that the science of reading, evidence-based reading, structured literacy is incredibly important. This isn't the appropriate place for this amendment, and I'll just say a little bit about why. Evidence-based reading, science of reading, structured literacy, all three of those things basically mean the same thing, is a switch in how we're going to have districts, some districts, one including my own, provide literacy instruction. And so with that, we have to train teachers, we have to provide districts with money to purchase new curriculum, and that is going to be contained in our finance bill. And so I would encourage members to vote no, not because this isn't good language, also because we don't want to delete these sections, but because this is just not the appropriate bill for this language. We actually deal with this in a different bill. So I'll encourage members to vote no, just so we can deal with it in the right place.
Senator Duckworth is going to be the last voice unless there's someone else, because he's the author of the A45 amendment to the amendment. Any other discussion? Seeing none. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President, and my thanks to Senator McQuaid for her comments in regard to literacy, and I think alluding to much of the bipartisan work that has gone on behind the scenes as it relates to literacy and trying to meet those needs of our schools. She and I do agree on many things, like the importance of the science of reading or structured literacy or evidence-based literacy, whatever you'd like to call it, and I appreciate her comments. This amendment being offered to the policy bill would be followed up by an amendment to the finance bill that would fund a lot of it. And so I understand where she's coming from and the feedback that this amendment may not be well advised because it doesn't have some of the financial components that we'd like to see as it pertains to literacy. But she and others can rest assured that that will be a component to our discussion regarding the education finance bill. So I'll just end by saying this, Mr. President. All this amendment seeks to do is help our districts, help our students, help our teachers know that we at the legislature prioritize their emphasis on the literacy work that needs to get done. For all the other mandates, all the other changes we could make, all the other different modifications to curriculum or classes we can impose upon them, this amendment is saying stop, pause, and take a breather, assess our kids, find out why literacy rates are slipping, wrap your arms around those kids, get them the help they need to learn to read, and then let's move forward as a public school system here in the state of Minnesota. Put everything else on the back burner and prioritize those kids and their success. That's all the amendment seeks to do, Mr. President. I would appreciate members giving it a green vote. Thank you.
The Secretary will give, the Secretary will take the roll on the A45 amendment to the amendment. Senator Bowden, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Wicklund votes no.
Senator Wicklund votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Senator Howell votes aye.
Senator Howell votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
And Senator Weissenberg votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Members, as a gentle reminder, we are on the underlining A30 amendment. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw the A30 amendment.
Senator Duckworth withdraws the A30 amendment. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A32 amendment.
Senator Coleman offers the A32 amendment. The secretary will report the A32 amendment.
Senator Coleman moves to amend Senate File Number 1311 as follows. Page 27 after line 20, insert. This is the A32 amendment.
Senator Coleman, to your A32 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is a straightforward amendment that has to do with priorities. After Senator Duckworth's amendment unfortunately failed, this amendment attempts to tackle this issue in a different way. What it says is keep your mandates, keep your bill, keep your hard work that was put in there, but a school district, charter school, or private school is not obligated to comply with the mandates proposed until 75% of our students achieve grade level proficiency for literacy. Members, if we can't teach our students to read, I don't know what we're doing here today. Let's tell our students that their #1 priority, we'll tell our schools this, should be that our students can read. That should be our main focus here today. I urge a green vote.
Any other discussion on the A32 amendment? Senator Klein.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussions on the A32 amendment? Senator Swazinski.
I urge for a no vote.
Any final comments? The secretary will take the roll on the A32 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Bowden, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no. Members, please vote. Senator Hur, are you planning to vote? Anyone else in the chamber? All members having voted who desires to... Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, I was still waiting on one vote, but I got it. Senator Howell votes aye.
Senator Howell votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye. All Senator... All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 32 ayes and 34 noes. The A32 amendment is not adopted. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A33 amendment.
Senator Coleman offers the A33 amendment. The secretary will report the A33 amendment.
Senator Coleman moves to amend Senate File 1311 as follows. Page 19, delete Section 16. This is the A33 amendment.
Senator Coleman to your A33 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I proudly represent Crown College in my district, a private Christian university. I've heard from Crown and a number of faith-based institutions that the provision on page 19, section 16, is a personal attack on their values. I know we've discussed this provision at length in committee, but I feel compelled to bring this forward once more. I understand the basis of Section 16, or the intent of Section 16, is to make sure that no child seeking PSEO opportunities is going to have those doors closed on them. But the reality of what this amendment will, or what this original language will do, will have the opposite impact. What that language is doing is forcing religious colleges to choose between their values and participating in the state-based PSEO program. If one of these institutions chooses to close the program, this section will actually have the unintended consequence of offering less PSEO opportunities for Minnesota students. We heard in committee how competitive this is, and we're going to give them fewer slots and opportunities to participate in this, to save money on education, to get college education credits in high school. There are multiple freedom of religion implications in this language, and what my amendment does is simply removes it. This language is a solution in search of a problem that does not exist, and I urge a green vote. Thank you.
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Swazinski.
I've given this a lot of thought, and I believe that the point of public education is civic education. And to play that role, public schools need to be religiously neutral, neither disparaging nor promoting a particular religious belief. And we took an oath to uphold the U.S. Constitution. And there's a little known clause in the U.S. Constitution, but what's interesting to me, it's the very last words in our framework for government. There's an Article 7 that the framers also crafted, but that deals with ratification of the document. The very last words in Article 6 of the U.S. Constitution simply states, again, the very last words, but no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification. Those are the very last words in the U.S. Constitution. And if those words were good enough for us and the framers, I feel like they're good enough for what we expect of our members that participate in PSEO. And I also want to just add, I think it's discriminatory and biased asking respondents for a faith-based. If these three schools that ask this faith-based question, no one's prohibited from going to these schools. We're just saying you can't ask if you believe in these religious tenets, which I would argue, again, violates that clause in the Constitution, the First Amendment, and then there's two clauses in the Minnesota State Constitution as well. Article 13, Section 2, prohibits aid to sectarian schools, and if PSEO is in fact public money, which it is, I don't see how we can constitutionally send money to those schools. So I urge members to vote no against the Coleman amendment.
Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. And in the committee, we discussed this at some length. And frankly, those words at the end of the U.S. Constitution and those paragraphs in the Minnesota one have nothing to do with this because they've been tested. And it's been found on a number of occasions that it is totally legitimate to have money go to a private school, whether it be religious or otherwise. And this program has been in operation for 37 years, and actually there's 4 colleges, Crown, Northwestern, Bethany, and North Central. And there's some 500 students or more a year who attend these institutions and enjoy, and there's in the range of 10 or 15% minorities who attend. And they have a great opportunity to go have the in-person experience. And so if they don't choose to attend one of these places, there's an endless supply of other places they could go. For 37 years, it has worked without any problems. And to simply say, oh, it's separation of church and state is extremely simplistic, not correct with regard to the various Supreme Court decisions that I don't have here to read to you, and I don't want to spend that kind of time. But Mr. President, this is absolutely legitimate. In fact, these schools do not accept any money for any courses that would be considered religious. They go there, they do science and math, and for many students, that's exactly the experience that they want. And in a bill that would have us increase equity, increase opportunities for these high school students, and to help them actually save a little bit of money and have the experience of a lifetime. It's an ill-thought-through idea, Mr. President, and this program needs to stay intact. And I urge members to vote yes, and I'll thank you very much.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise to urge support for this A33 amendment to remove this anti-Christian school piece out of this bill. And Mr. President, I was compelled to speak when I heard the author of the bill go 0 for 2 in constitutional quotations. Both were grossly incorrect and should not be used as the basis for voting against this amendment. The Article 6 of the U.S. Constitution was quoted, and he dropped off in the middle of a sentence. The author quoted, "No religious test shall ever be required as a qualification." But that ends mid-sentence because the constitutional phrase says, "No religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust in the United States." We are not talking about funding for our public schools or whether it should go to religious schools or anything in Article 6. That is absolutely not the application. And then it took me again 5 seconds of a search to pull up the text in the Minnesota Constitution, Article 13, that was also quoted. That says, "In no case shall any public money or property be appropriated or used for the support of schools wherein the distinctive doctrines, creeds, or tenets of any particular Christian or other religious sect are promulgated or taught." The PSEO classes are the same elementary, fundamental, college-level classes that are the same whether they are held at secular schools or religious schools in the state of Minnesota. The classes are the same. The issue that this bill is bringing up and attacking is not allowing schools to offer these at their institutions if they have a faith-based statement for admittance. But the classes, under a clear reading of Article 13, Section 2, meets the qualification here. And Mr. President, case law has been very clear about the constitutional standing under the First Amendment, and the Supreme Court has consistently ruled that there is an avenue for public monies going not only to public schools but to private and religious schools. And it is often held up as constitutional when there is equal access, money going to both, where it's not preferring one side over the other. And that is exactly what the PSEO program here in the state of Minnesota has done. It is largely available at just about every college, every university in the U of M system, a lot of colleges in the Min-State system, a lot of technical colleges and two-year colleges throughout the state of Minnesota. If you want to go through a PSEO class, you can almost throw a stone and hit a school in any direction that's available to take those classes. They are widely available all over the state of Minnesota. But what this is doing is going after the Christian and religious schools that have had a long-standing history of having students in their program through PSEO that have utilized it very well, but is putting up the stop sign to them and saying, no, you're no longer allowed to do this because of your religious institution and your religious faith-based requirements for enrollment. Mr. President, you'd have an argument to remove this, to pass what's in the bill to remove the funding for PSEO to religious schools if religious schools were the only place that you could get these courses at. If all the government money was going only to religious schools and they were the only places allowed where students, religious or non-religious students, they only had to sign up at a Christian school or religious school to take these classes, then you would have a constitutional argument that we should remove this faith-based requirement away. But when it is so widely available, when there are even more options at non-religious schools and our public and state universities as there are to Christian and religious schools, then this flies in the face of the First Amendment, of constitutional and case law doctrine, and of basic common sense. And it's even more incredible when constitutional clauses being quoted to try to defend their position are grossly out of context and incorrect on its face. Members, support the Constitution, support the First Amendment, and vote for the A33 Coleman Amendment to remove this PSEO section from the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm very excited to clear up a lot of misinformation that has been shared about this. So first, this particular provision in the education bill says that an eligible institution who's accepting PSEO students, so high school students, may not require those high school students to take a PSEO class, a science class, a language arts class, from being required to make a faith statement during the application process or base any part of the admission decision for that PSEO student on the student's race, creed, ethnicity, disability, gender, sexual orientation, religious beliefs, or affiliation. Here's why that's really important. I love that some members think that PSEO students have all of the privilege in the world to drive wherever they would like to go to attend a PSEO class. But the reality is, a lot of students go to the nearest place because they have to take public transportation, or be driven by a parent, or pick up a sibling after school. They need to be close by. So for the communities where these religious institutions are located, all of the students that go to school there or near there are likely to pick that institution for the science class, the language art class, what have you. Because all PSEO students are taking are just non-religious based classes. So this provision just says that faith institutions may not require, as part of the admission or application process, for students to sign or be part of a faith statement. And I have one of those faith statements, so let me give you a super good example of my daughter. She's only 1 year old, but I hope she takes PSEO. I took PSEO, I loved it. We are Christian. We are Lutheran. However, if she wanted to go to the University of Northwestern, she would be required to sign a faith statement that says sexual immorality includes her mother's marriage. I don't think she would do that. Further, it would ask her, is there any information that you have posted that would violate this statement? Picture of her family would violate that statement. So, Mr. President, it is very important that we ensure that high school students are not being required to sign faith statements while they continue their high school education when they are not at religious high schools. So this is a very normal, regular, appropriate thing for us to do, and I hope people vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I rise in support of this amendment. Now, you've already heard the constitutional arguments. You've already heard the legal arguments, how this has stood the courts over time. And so to say that it is not constitutional or not legal is just factually inaccurate. But I want to talk to you a minute about why this is so important. There should be no argument about the value of post-secondary enrollment options, or as we call PSEO. Minnesota has long been a leader in that. Here are some facts to consider before you vote, members. PSEO, kids who take PSEO in high school, more of them graduate from high school. They graduate with higher GPAs, and more of them attend college. We've talked a lot in this chamber about reducing education gaps, economic gaps, and it all starts with education. And PSEO is a great equalizer. In fact, you might recall in my years as education chair, I shared with you the exact statistics that showed by aggregate how many more, the percent of kids that take PSEO who graduate from high school for all of our ethnic groups increases dramatically when they take PSEO. So PSEO is the avenue to economic equality, education equality, removing health disparities. All of the things that we talk about really come back to education. And one of the things that we can do and must do is make sure that all students have access to PSEO if they so choose. Now, this argument about not allowing religious schools, religious colleges, in a sense, to accept PSEO students if they have a statement of faith, it flies in the face of what our state is doing in many other cases. For example, the millions of dollars for state grants. Our students can use those state dollars at religious colleges that have statements of faith. Why? Why would we, in this bill today, remove that ability for our PSEO students who, oh, by the way, are college students at the same time that they're high school students? And let's be very clear that there are multitudes of options. This is not saying that any PSEO student has to choose to go to a religious college or choose to go to a college that has a faith statement. And for those concerns about, well, it might be the only college around them, well, let's be clear. There are hundreds of courses online. There are online courses from nearly every institution. So I just do not believe that that is a credible argument to deny Minnesota students the ability to use PSEO to further their high school education at a college institution, receive dual credit, sometimes a degree at the same time that they graduate, because they choose to go to a religious college. I encourage a yes vote on the A33 amendment that will remove that egregious, non-necessary part of this bill. I encourage a yes vote.
Members, I'm going to make the final list. It looks like Senator Kunesh wants to speak, and Senator Duckworth, before we go to the author of the bill, which author of the amendment, which is Senator Coleman. Everyone clear? All right, and you want to be on there, Senator Swazinski? Okay, so we're going to go to Senator Kunish, Senator Duckworth, Senator Swazinski, and then we will end with Senator Coleman before we vote. Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand PSEO really well. I have a daughter that is very creative, quite bright, and her last 2 years in high school were really, or at least her second to the last year of high school when she was a junior was especially difficult for her, as the courses that she was required to take didn't fit with her personality or her interests or her level of academics. And so recognizing that we were on the verge of this young lady not graduating from high school, I'm sure she would have quit high school, we were able to get her into a PSE program, and she thrived. It's a wonderful program. She was actually ended up graduating from high school with an AA degree. So the value of PSEO is not being questioned, or the opportunity for PSEO is not being questioned, or limiting the available and opportunity for PSEO in this bill. What this bill is saying that schools, whether they're faith-based or have other unique interests, cannot ask questions that would discriminate against the opportunity for that student to attend that program. So in some of these schools where there are faith-based questions, that could weigh on whether that student is accepted into that program at that school. So if a Christian organization asks that question and a student fills it out and they are not affiliated with that Christian religion, perhaps they're Jewish, perhaps they're Muslim, perhaps they're atheists or agnostic, they probably would not be accepted into that program. We heard in our session about a young lady who applied for the program at one of the universities, and she was denied. She was denied because she identifies as gay. So the question is a question of discrimination. We're not saying that these schools can't provide PSEO programs. We're just saying that they can't sort them out by those who are Christian and those who are not. That's what it is. We're not keeping anybody, any of these universities, take away that question, admit everybody that meets the requirements without that question, and you can continue the program. So we're not limiting, we're actually expanding opportunity for PSEO by removing this question. And so I would suggest a green vote on Senator Swazinski's amendment.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. As a member of the Higher Education Committee, I felt compelled to speak to this since it has a lot to do with higher education institutions as well. First and foremost, I find it hard to believe that if there were truly illegal acts of discrimination occurring at some of these institutions or colleges in the year 2023, that would not have already been sorted out legally by now. So I think to suggest that there is some large amount of discrimination occurring at some of these colleges or institutions based on religion, based on race, based on orientation, I find that hard to believe. And I have not seen any examples of it that would substantiate such a claim. I'm very thankful to Senator Matthews for touching on some of the constitutional aspects of this bill. He's dead on, and so is Senator Nelson. The case law has already determined that funding can go to PSEO institutions, whether or not they're public or private. That's not a debate here. What this bill will certainly do is limit and remove options for students to attend and complete PSEO courses. And I don't know and understand why we would do that as a legislature. Our job is to afford our students and families in Minnesota the maximum opportunities available to them when it comes to higher education and education, period. And one of the beautiful things about PSEO is it also comes with the added benefit of saving students and families thousands of dollars. We're making a huge assumption here that the institutions that are most likely to be impacted by this provision in the bill will simply make a change. Well, I can almost guarantee you the change they will make is they'll stop admitting students via a PSEO program entirely. And we will have failed students. In Senator McQuaid's example, one of those institutions might be the closest one to that student or family. And you might be eliminating that option from them entirely. So, members, whether or not this has to do with a religious faith statement or certain institutions or what have you, the bottom line regarding this amendment is this. If you pass it, you're preserving and protecting the maximum PSEO higher education opportunities and savings for students and families all across the state. If you vote no, you're going to be shutting the doors and limiting options and opportunities for those students and families who we're here to serve. It's that simple. This amendment, or this provision in the bill is not neutral. Current law and current practice is neutral because it's not targeted at a public or private college or institution. They're treated both the same. They're both eligible. But if you pass this provision in the bill, you're targeting a certain type of college or institution, which makes the bill far from neutral and limits opportunities for the very kids we're here to serve. Please vote green on this. It's a simple vote. We want to maximize these opportunities for kids and families. Thank you.
Senator Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to emphasize that this provision in the bill does not prohibit students from going to these schools. What it does do is prohibits the institution, the school, from discriminating against people like Senator McQuaid's daughter. And on another note, Senator Matthews, I'm looking forward to Swadzinski versus Matthews, or Matthews versus Swadzinski reaching the U.S. Supreme Court someday.
Senators, we did give the order, and I like to stick to that order, but when members are moving in and out, it puts me in a very challenging position because we had announced the order, which is why you are standing, Senator Coleman. This would be the last time, members, that we will announce the order. I waited to really make sure, because we want to make sure that the members are able to speak. So, Senator Coleman, if you'll give me just 1 minute so we can go over to Senator Lucero because he came in last.
Thank you, Mr. President. And based on those remarks, I just have a question for you if you're willing to help me understand some clarity.
I will.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as we are debating this amendment, many bills and amendments that have been in the past or will come before us in the future, I'm not quite certain how we as a deliberative body are listening to conversations, listening to what other people's remarks are, incorporating their ideas into our own thoughts as we consider the question before us, whatever that question might be. For you early on in a debate to put together some list, and then for me and others to listen to remarks that might cause myself or others to question or want some more clarity, or to provide some remarks that at the time you were making your list wasn't an issue. So I think it's not helpful for this body for you to make a list, and then if a member does or is motivated by something that some other member says, wants to rise and provide clarity or ask a question, for you to very gently put, in a again, gently way, borderline denigrate that member. And so that's how I interpret those remarks, and I think it's not helpful and constructive. I do understand your attempts as the presiding officer to keep order and move things along, and that can be done, but it also has to take into consideration things that happen dynamically on the fly. So maybe it's more of a remark than a question, but just some thoughts. So my question,
Senator Lucero, I
yes.
think that you asked me as a presiding officer to kind of give some guidance. One of the things I've taken into great consideration were the words of Senator Uckey and all of the others, which is to really make sure that we pause and ask so that we are able to move things along and always give the author the last word. And in fact, there are some people who ask to go right before the author. And so when And so we will always try to be as thoughtful as possible, but we also think that the body, because we're a very deliberative body, that we think about what we might want to say. We've heard every argument that you can think of, because we've been on this amendment for quite some time. So it's not like somebody has said something that's been earth-shattering. So, but they're all great arguments. So we just want to be respectful of the process, because we want to be respectful to you as well. So also be respectful of the fact, and I'm asking all members, not just you, to be respectful of the fact that we do have a process, and we try to do that so that everyone can be heard, and that we always want to respect the author, and sometimes there are ranking members that said, I want to go right before that author. So when somebody comes in, after we've been on this for like 40 minutes, you know, and then wants to say something, we want to be respectful, but we ask them to also be respectful of the fact that we've been talking about this for a little while. So that's all we're saying. We want to make sure that you have an opportunity to speak, and we do not want to crush that wonderful burning desire to be as articulate as possible. But as we balance your interests, we ask that you balance our interests as well. So with that being said, Senator Lucero, we are giving you the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just final remarks in on that particular
I would like for there to be no final remarks on that. We're giving you the floor for the A33 amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. So before the list was made, I had no intention of speaking, but then after the list was made, I heard Senator Kunish make I think she might have been the first one to speak after the list was made. So I would not have had an opportunity to put myself on the list, not knowing what Senator Kunish was going to say. So again, I rise to speak after the list was made, before the author of the amendment rose to speak, which is all in order. And so the remarks that came out of Senator Kunish's mouth were, this is a question of discrimination. And that's what I rose to speak of. In agreement, this is a question of discrimination, but it's not a question of discrimination against any prospective student. This is a question of discrimination against religious or faith-based higher education institutions. This has been in place for many, many years. PSEO dollars flowing to institutions of all kinds, public and private, and I also having been the beneficiary of the PSEO program back when I was in high school. Phenomenal program, wonderful opportunities, cost savings to students and families, and many other benefits. So it's not a new, novel concept that all of a sudden some type of discrimination has been discovered. No. What has changed, Mr. President, in the year 2023 is the ever-advancing idea of the Democrat majority party seeking to discriminate against any individual or institution, in this case, higher education institutions, based on religion. That is what's new. That is the reason why this is such an alarming provision, because we see the continued escalation against Christianity and Christians by Democrats, wanting to use and abuse law, wanting to pervert or convolute truth found in the written documents, the Constitution, and others, by ending them in mid-sentence, by trying to quote and end in mid-sentence, by deliberately overlooking other words that are part of the text, to try to make an argument that is based in falsehood, trying to move the question or the bill before us that's going to discriminate against Christian institutions. Mr. President, for this reason, we need to vote in favor of this amendment so we can not use Minnesota statutes to discriminate against religious and other faith-based institutions. Thank you.
Now we will go to the amendment author, Senator Coleman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, as I stated earlier, I fully understand the intention behind this language, but we as the deliberative body must consider the unintended consequences of the actions we make here. And the unintended consequences of this section of statute is that religious colleges will have to choose between who they are, what their values are, and participating in the PSEO program. Now, the intention of the author is to not limit PSEO opportunities for students, but that's exactly what is going to happen if just one of these institutions decides to close their program down. Members, for the sake of opening up PSEO options, members, for the sake of supporting religious freedom, please vote in favor of this amendment.
With that being said, the secretary will take the roll on the A33 amendment. Senator Bowden, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
Mr. President, Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Howell votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 33 noes, the A33 amendment is not adopted. Any additional motions or amendments? Senator Grudenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, the interesting thing, my amendment also deals with PSEO, but from a different perspective. The request comes from one of my local public schools, and what the situation is, students who take advantage of the PSEO, the host or the school that they leave, the public school that they leave, has to send the dollars following the student to the higher ed institution. The concern is that the higher institution does not have to report back to the local public school till the end of the year. And what has happened in several situations, the student is failing during the year or is not showing up for class. So the request from my public school is that they would be able to report, the higher institution would report back more on a timely basis whenever grades are given during the school year, so that the K-12 public school would know whether the student is attending and whether they're passing. This is for the benefit of the student, so that there can be intervention either by the parent or the school to try to find out what's going on, rather than just at the end of the year, the student receives an F, and really it's too late at that particular time to intervene. So I hope if Senator Zazinski would, I want to introduce the A102 amendment.
Senator Grudenhagen offers the A101 amendment.
No, 102.
A102 amendment, and the secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Grudenhagen moves to amend Senate File Number 1311 as follows. Page 19, after line 17, insert, this is the A102 amendment.
Senator Grudenhagen, to your A102 amendment.
So members, this is definitely for the benefit of the student, also for parents to know early what the student success is there, or if they're attending class, and also for the public school to know that the student is attending, and if they're having trouble or not attending, that there can be interventions before the end of the year, which is under the current system that they find out. This is included in the other bodies' education bill, and this would simply coordinate the Senate bill with the House, with the other body's bill. So if Senator Zazinski would yield for a question.
Senator Jasinski, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Grudenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Senator Zazinski. My question is, do you see this as a friendly amendment?
What's your question again?
If he sees this as a friendly amendment.
Senator Swazinski, to the question.
Senator, thank you, Mr. President, and Senator, I'm going to have to say no for now. I appreciate the intent of taking care of our kids, and maybe when they're struggling, that Ed Dooley noted that parents and the district that they came from are notified quarterly, as you suggested. I do suggest that maybe this should come out of higher ed or be in the higher ed bill. I don't know if this is the right place for this bill, but I'd certainly enjoy to talk with you next year when this is a policy bill.
Senator Grudenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Senator Zazinski. Yeah, it is in the other body's K-12 bill. So that's why I offered it here, because it would sync up with what the other body's doing as far as conference committee. So members, again, this is for the benefit of the students, so we can intervene, and that the local public school understands what's actually happening to the students sooner than at the end of the year, if they're attending or not attending, and if they're passing or if they're struggling with the class. So members, again, for the benefit of the student, I would ask for a green vote and a roll call.
Senator Klein. Oh, a roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion? Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll on the A102 amendment. Senator Bowden, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Howell votes aye.
Senator Howell votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
And Senator Weissenberg votes aye. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski, are you planning to vote? Anyone else? All senators having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 29 ayes and 34 noes. The A102 amendment is not adopted. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will offer the A37.
Senator Kroon offers the A37?
Yes.
And the secretary will report the A37.
Senator Kroon moves to amend Senate File Number 1311 as follows. Page 90, delete Section 6. This is the A37 amendment.
And Senator, before you speak to your amendment, am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yes, you are now, Mr. President. I appreciate it. It's Kroon.
Kroon, okay. I just want to be respectful because I don't like to mess up people's names. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that.
A37 amendment.
This amendment strikes Section 6. This was the subject of one of the author's earlier amendments, and it was slightly amended at that time, and I stood up to say that it's a slight improvement but doesn't get at the core problem with that provision, and that's what this amendment seeks to do. Mr. President, all kids deserve access to quality curriculum aligned for each grade level, and local school boards serve as the voice of the parents and the community, and their job is to provide a coordinated strategy for students across their system to complete their high school degree. And within that coordinated path, Mr. President, teachers do have discretion to use different curricular resources to advance that coordinated path. But it is always under the supervision of the locally elected school board. Some school districts have different processes for doing that, but they all are under the purview of the school board. If we cut the school boards out of these curriculum decisions, we are cutting parents out of their kids' education, and we'd be heading in the wrong direction. What the inclusion of the curriculum policy at issue here, what it means is that under the guise of anti-discrimination, it's the teacher and not the school board that has the right to determine what the curriculum is going to be and whether it's in alignment with standards and benchmarks. And I appreciate that the amendment earlier does require to be in alignment with standards and benchmarks, but even if the curriculum could be construed as in alignment with standards and benchmarks, it is still squarely within the purview of the school board to determine whether it is appropriate to be in that classroom or whether it should be combined with a countervailing point of view. But what we shouldn't do is remove the school board from the equation entirely. And with that, Mr. President, I encourage a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Swazinski, any other discussion? Senator Mayquay.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'll just urge a no vote on this amendment. I think reading the language is actually really important. It incorporates contributions by people to the curriculum that has been set by the school board. So school board sets curriculum, educators teach that curriculum, and you can have contributions from people that meet those curriculum standards, and that varies from educator to educator. So I encourage a no vote. This is unnecessary.
Senator Kroon, do you have anything final you'd like to say? You are the author of the A37 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And contributions is contributions. It's incorporating that into the curriculum. So yes, I have read the bill. I've parsed the language very closely. And what this bill does is it takes curriculum choices away from the school board and gives it solely into the hands of the teachers. And for that, I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
The secretary will take the roll on the A37 amendment. Senator Bowden, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Howell votes aye.
Senator Howell votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
And Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, waiting on one member to enter the chamber.
Thank you for the heads up. Appreciate it. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 noes, the A37 amendment is not adopted. Senator Abler, are you up for an amendment? You ready? Senator Abler.
Absolutely, Mr. President. I was just standing here waiting for you to call on me, so appreciate the consideration. And anyway, so Mr. President, I would request, I'm going to offer the A34 amendment, and then you can report that, and I'll...
Senator Abler offers the A34 amendment. The secretary will report the A34 amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend Senate File Number 1311 as follows. Page 92, delete Section 9. This is the A34 amendment.
Senator Abler to your A34 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request a call of the Senate for the purpose of this amendment.
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
I would request a call of the Senate for the purpose of this singular amendment.
Thank you. The Senate is now under call. Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll see if I can get the script pretty close. Mr. President, I move that further proceedings under the call be suspended and the sergeants be sent out to bring in the absent members. That's pretty close.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those say no. The motion prevails. Senator Abler.
Well, thank you. And Mr. President, I do want to thank Senator Swedzinski for listening to some of the ideas from myself and others as he has taken a bill that came from the department and had some very real gaps in it. And I wish his amendment would have been one line longer, Mr. President, that would be on page 92, delete section 9. This is the Tier 2 licensure. Actually, it's the Tier 2 opportunities for people who want to be amazing teachers but don't have the necessary specific credentials. Minnesota, Mr. President, has led the way in many ways in our educational work. The PSEO program has been remarkable and frankly should stay intact, but that's not the purpose of this amendment. We also have developed in a bipartisan way a tiered licensing system to bring in people. Mr. President, you may not be aware that we don't have enough teachers, and the pipeline is not filling that supply that we need. We're short of all kinds of teachers. And Mr. President, I was privileged, I think, for 3 years to carry the program that was called Teachers of Color, which Senator Kunish and others have picked up the ball on, and we're going to make some more advances in that, because it seems that individuals learn the best when they feel comfortable with the teacher they have, and it may be somebody who looks like them or someone they look up to as a coach, as a mentor, as a person to draw them into the system. And Mr. President, I have always been impressed by our Tier 2 system, in particular Tier 1 and Tier 2, which are kind of the unorthodox ways that we can have our teachers come in and become the heroes of some of these students who in many cases lack a hero, that lack a coach, that lack the encouragement at their home, lack the day-to-day guidance of someone who says, I care about you and I'm going to watch you and I'm going to make sure you succeed. Mr. President, the Tier 2 program these days has about 3,000 people in it, over 800 of whom are teachers of color, which is well, that's not very many. Oh, that's a lot, Mr. President. That's nearly a third. When the demographics of the teaching population is well under 10% and probably close to medium single digits that we're trying to improve upon. This has been a success, and part of the success, Mr. President, has been where the Tier 2 teacher can move and become a Tier 3 teacher. And a Tier 3 teacher means you made it. You're going to be a teacher with a teaching license, and you'll do that for 3 years, and later become a teacher with a 4-year license, and you're good to go. You have now found a way into your chosen passion, into the career where you know you're going to make a difference on some of these individuals. And I had some good conversations with Commissioner Jett about this, and I don't understand why this is still in the bill, because it is one of the most wrong-headed ideas we have thought of in a long time, to remove that moving from Tier 2 to Tier 3. And Mr. President, in the discussions, 17 teachers have made it from Tier 2 to Tier 3 out of 100. 99 have been, 19 of whom were teachers of color, which is still more than the population. And when Minneapolis was testifying, somebody from their school, only 17, they said, whoa, 17 is a lot, because they need 17, they need 170, they need 1,700. They need thousands of teachers, Mr. President, to make sure that we fill those ranks. This has been an exemplar. It should be the envy of the country, and it should stand intact. So, Mr. President, I urge everyone to vote yes on the A34 amendment. And Mr. President, to save Senator Friends' knees, I would request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Abler. This has, we've given this a lot of thought in committee, my members, both sides of the aisle. Clearly, I talked in my opening remarks of the 3 R's that I'm working really tirelessly on: the recruitment, the retention, and the respect of our teaching profession. I think Tier 2 to Tier 3, abolishing this entire part of the bill that this amendment does do. Yes, 3 years of experience is quite an accomplishment in the classroom. But what the amendment that Senator Abler is suggesting, what it would remove is the pedagogical component of what PELSB, the licensing board, has suggested. And because what we want is teachers from Winona to War Road to Wayzata not just have 3 years of experience, but to have standards that we can agree on, that are established by teachers and PELSB, that all teachers should be trained in recognizing signs of suicidal ideation. And all teachers should have mental illness training when their students are suffering. And all teachers should have these standards, if you will, across the board. And so I don't think it's unreasonable to expect over those 3 years, yes, 3 years of teaching, vital, important. I love that part of Tier 2 to Tier 3, but to not acknowledge the importance of all the pedagogical things that a teacher at Tier 2 has 3 years to take the classes, to attend the workshops, to go to the trainings, and develop those standards as well. So I urge members to vote no.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. Of all the amendments that we're going to bring to this bill and debate, this is one of the most consequential. When all of us on the Education Policy Committee heard this bill in committee, it was some of the most compelling, emotional, candid, and forthright testimony I've had the opportunity to witness in my 2.5 years here in the Minnesota Senate. Students, teachers, parents, all coming before our committee and begging for this provision not to become law. And one of their strongest and most convincing arguments was this: this provision in the bill is going to eliminate a pathway that an overwhelming number of minorities or people of color use to be teachers and stay in the classroom. And we've passed bills in previous sessions, and there are components of a bill this session that get at trying to get more minority teachers in the classroom for a whole host of reasons. And so to have this provision in this bill is completely contradictory to that goal. It makes no sense as to why we would even get serious consideration if we are committed to having more minority teachers or teachers of color in the classroom for our students to benefit from. Even more so, it makes no sense when we all know we're in the midst of a teacher shortage in our public schools. Why on earth would we be considering passing a provision that is going to greatly decrease or shrink or eliminate our pool of teachers that can be in the classroom to teach our kids when we're already in the midst of a shortage? This is going to further exacerbate and compound that. The teacher shortage is particularly being felt heavily in the area of special education. And Mr. President, according to a recent MinnPost article, the bill, according to them, would curtail a popular path to a teaching credential, potentially removing hundreds of educators in high-needs areas from classrooms and throwing up roadblocks for future teachers. In rolling back a hard-won 5-year overhaul of the licensure system, the bill would have an outsized effect on special education and educators of color who currently make up 6% of the state's teachers' workforce. Up to 4,400 educators could be affected. Mr. President, it's no secret that both Republicans and Democrats see some issues with this provision in the bill. And I'm asking any of my friends and colleagues across the aisle, especially those who may be former teachers or those who maybe even benefited from or know people who benefited from the Tier 2 licensure pathway, to please vote in a way you know is in the best interest of our kids in schools. And Mr. President, you will never be able to convince me it's not in the best interest of those kids in schools to have more teachers available to them to provide them the critical academic instruction they need in the classroom. So folks, this is not a Republican amendment, this is not a Democrat amendment, this is a bipartisan amendment that will help our kids in schools. Please, please vote green for it. Preserve this pathway for educators, especially those that have experience. And I just thought of one more thing, Mr. President, so I'm sorry. It was mentioned earlier that why we should get rid of this pathway is so that potential teachers or those educators that would be in the classroom are forced to go through some other additional training. Here's what I can tell you. Having been on a school board before, I know that teachers go through all sorts of continuing training, all sorts of continuing professional development, and what I can almost guarantee you with absolute certainty is if there's an educator out there teaching under Tier 2 licensure that's been in a school building in a classroom for 3 years, they have been exposed to and received the professional development training regarding mental health, regarding suicidal ideation, regarding all the other things that those who support this provision in the bill would claim these teachers are somehow unaware of or don't know or haven't received that sort of professional development. That's not accurate. These teachers are qualified, they're experienced, they're well aware and well versed in those things. We don't need to eliminate this pathway for them to continue to be effective in the classroom. If you vote against this, you're saying you are okay exacerbating and compounding the teacher shortage that our schools are facing. Please, please vote green. Thank you.
Senator Eric.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, Mr. President, this is an issue that we really need to have some discussions about, you know, and I know as we, in the Jobs Committee, when I used to be on that committee, we would have discussions around this in other areas. But jobs are changing. The way people approach their careers are changing. In industries across the state and across the nation, have to change the way they look at bringing new people in. And I can use my journey as an example. Back in the 50s and 60s, the union that I belonged to, you virtually needed to have a family member who belonged if you had any chance of getting in. That started to wane coming through the 70s and the 80s, and then by the time I came around in the 90s, that was pretty much gone. I didn't have a family member that belonged to IBEW. But what still was in place, Mr. President, was the fact that you had to go to a 2-year day school program. That was not questionable. If you didn't have that, you couldn't apply. I served on our apprenticeship committee as we started discussions. How are we going to meet the demands of the future, seeing how many members are retiring? There aren't enough people coming through day school programs to fill that. How are we going to meet that demand? And it's a question that's being asked in industry after industry after industry in Minnesota and across the nation. Today, IBEW has multiple pathways to get into the program. You can go to a 2-year program, go through the interview process, come in, do a 4-year apprenticeship. You can come in with 0 experience whatsoever and do a 5-year program. You can come in having worked in the non-union sector, using and getting some of that experience to qualify for time served and enter into the apprenticeship program at a level that is deemed equivalent to your experiences. That would have been unheard of in the 50s and the 60s. But in order to meet the workforce requirements and demands, those changes had to happen. And that's what we talked about, and when we put in place this tiered licensure system for teachers, we were addressing that exact same demand. People don't approach their careers the same way that they did 30, 40, 50 years ago, where you get done with high school, you figure out what you're going to do, you get that one job, and you spend your entire career doing that job. That just doesn't happen with the majority of people anymore. So many people get a college degree or go into some type of training, they get into a career and partway through realize either it's being phased out or this isn't what they thought it was, and they're looking to make a change. And that's what the tiered licensure system for teachers is looking to address. How can we get those folks who did something else for however many years, realize that's not what I want to do, but man, teaching seems like something I could do. But guess what? They're not going to go back and go through this program in college and go through all of that. It's just not going to be feasible. They probably have a family, But what that tiered licensure system allowed them to do was come in with the experiences they have, start out as almost like that apprenticeship program. You get into the classroom and you start to build, and you have to take classes, move to that second tiered licensure, continue more, take more classes, and then you can get into that tier 3. The bill that we have in front of us today would take that away or make it far more difficult. So members, I would suggest that we accept this amendment. And if there are things that we want to talk about that moving from tier 2 to tier 3 should require some other classes, let's have those conversations. But let's not just make this pathway so difficult. And I can tell you another story, Mr. President. I had a conversation with a former senator and with his family. He spoke against tiered licensure on this very floor and ended up getting into a school and teaching on a tiered licensure system, and he loved it. Members, those opportunities are out there for so many people, and we cannot adopt this language in front of us today in the underlying bill because so many people are going to look at that and just say, man, they just made this pathway way too difficult, and they will look and explore other options. So please, members, vote yes on this amendment.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to go back in history a few years, back to 2017, when this body took up these provisions originally. Mr. President, I was the chief author of this bill, and I worked very closely with former Senator Greg Clausen, who was a principal at Rosemont High School. We worked side by side, shoulder by shoulder on many of these provisions. There was a lot of compromise made in this bill. This was a bill where we worked with all stakeholders, with the understanding that we wanted to put the needs of students first. And we know one of the primary needs of students is having a great teacher in front of the classroom. We had the quality of someone in front of that classroom at the top of our mind on every step of the way. We intentionally designed the tier 1 to tier 4 to be a progression, to be a waterfall. Someone comes in as a tier 1 teacher and they decide they really, really like teaching and want to make a career change. I have a paraprofessional making close to minimum wage that decides she wants to become a fully licensed teacher, that she's got a passion for this. In a lot of school districts, we're designing grow your own programs. We also have alternative programs like Teach for America that are doing similar types of work. And this was all designed to say, we're going to focus on the experiences and the talents of the people who are in front of our classrooms rather than simply looking at a transcript. Now, we still require the peer coaching and the evaluations so that if somebody's not working out, they can be removed and taken out of the pipeline. But it's been said on many occasions, and Senator Duckworth touched on some of the articles that have been written about the benefits of this program, about the benefits of allowing someone with 3 years of in-class experience then to go forward and get a full license. One of the motivations for doing this bill back in 2017 was my mother. When we moved to Minnesota, my mom had 14 years of teaching experience. She had taught in Iowa, Nebraska, California, Illinois, and she was coming to Minnesota. And she could not get a teacher's license because we were so hung up on the transcript that required her to go back to school before a teacher with 14 years could step into the classroom. And she was debating whether or not she wanted to continue down this path for her career. Fortunately, she did. She decided, and she finished out the last 25 years of her career in Shakopee. And to this day, when I'm in Shakopee, I hear people tell me, well, first of all, I'm often still known as Mrs. Pratt's son, which I think is kind of funny, but also kids and parents will tell me about the impact that she had on their lives. All because she decided that she was going to jump through that hoop. And Mr. President, she should not have had to jump through that hoop. We should be looking at alternative programs. We should be looking at alternative pathways. We've had a lot of discussion about the barriers of traditional pathways that traditional pathways put in front of many people. And this was an opportunity to remove those barriers. Mr. President, I handed out to the body a list of 15 organizations that supported this bill. They included Educators for Excellence, Schools for Equity in Education, Education Allies, Venture Academy, Teach for America, all recognizing that the changes we made back in 2017 were good changes. And Mr. President, I'll share with the body a story that I had with one of my union presidents not too long ago. We get together on a fairly regular basis to talk about issues, and he looked at me and he says, you know, that Tier 2 licensure thing, when you first proposed it, I hated it. I thought it was going to weaken the profession. Boy, we've seen just the opposite. He said, in fact, he was using some of the Tier 2 licensure provisions to get his special education license. He was a 5th grade teacher, and he now has a passion for special education and is using Tier 2 to get there. For a paraprofessional that maybe wants to get into special education. For a paraprofessional out in rural Minnesota that decides, or let's say a Tier 1 teacher that decides that he or she now wants to become a full-fledged teacher. Mr. President, we have a shortage of career and technical education professionals in this state. And the whole idea was that a Tier 1 teacher could move to Tier 2 as a way to still be in the classroom and get their licensure. For Minneapolis or any other school district to allow their grow your own programs to flourish. We had a teacher shortage in 2017. That teacher shortage is worse today. And I just can't fathom, Mr. President, why we would try to eliminate a pathway, why we would want to put barriers in front of people becoming professional educators at a time we have such a shortage. And at a time, Mr. President, when the experiences out in the classroom and out in the school districts would say, this has been an effective program and it doesn't need changes. Members, I encourage a yes vote because our kids are depending on us to have great teachers in the classroom.
Senator Seeberger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator Swedzinski for all his hard work in bringing us this excellent bill. So much good work has been done, and this bill does so much for students and schools and teachers. But I'm going to be voting for this amendment today, and I'm going to tell you why. Teaching is an honorable and noble profession. Being a teacher truly is a calling. It's a job that just about everyone thinks they can do, but I say it over and over again, not everyone can teach. Teaching is a craft. It's the ability to deliver knowledge to students. It's more than lecturing and then handing out a worksheet. I know this because I'm a teacher. In 2012, after 16 years of working as a trial lawyer, I went back to school to become a teacher. I entered that program already having a bachelor's degree in English and a law degree from Boston University School of Law. At the time I received my bachelor's degree in 1991, I was just a few credits shy of getting my teaching credentials. It just wasn't something I wanted to do in my 20s. And when I returned to school to become a teacher in my 40s, I found the process astoundingly time-consuming and expensive. It took me 4 years, Mr. President, paying graduate-level credits just to obtain my licensure. 4 years. And after 4 years and about $50,000 into the process, I still had no degree. I just had my teaching license. It took another 2 years for me to get my actual master's degree in teaching. During the process of obtaining my teaching license, my cohorts and I continually remarked about these requirements. And we said, this just feels like incredibly expensive hoops for us to jump through. And they were. I can think of maybe 2 or 3 classes that were useful in developing my teaching practice, and the rest were just expensive boxes that need to be checked. I came out of that process frustrated with the requirements and quite vocal about the barriers that existed to qualified teachers getting into the profession. After I received my teaching license, the tiered licensing system went into effect. And this system opens the door to folks entering the teaching profession without having to go through the expensive and time-wasting process that I went through. Because of the teacher prep program that I went through, I qualified as a Tier 4 teacher, which is the license I now hold, and which is the highest level of teaching licensure. I am a full-fledged, fully licensed 5 through 12 communications arts lit teacher in the state of Minnesota. And I have 10 years, boots on the ground experience in the classroom teaching middle school and high school English. It's the best job I've ever had, it's the hardest job I've ever had, and it's one I hope to return to someday. I was glad to see the tiered licensing system be implemented in Minnesota. It reduces barriers to entering the profession so that not only well-to-do white suburban moms in their 40s have the resources to go through the teacher prep program. The pathway that exists, allowing a Tier 2 teacher to move to a Tier 3 teacher upon 3 years of teaching, and evidence of summative teacher evaluations that don't put or keep them in an improvement plan, is an effective path. This is a good thing. I've had conversations with the bill author and others trying to understand, why are we trying to get rid of this really effective and wonderful path? And I have not heard a good reason. Senator Duckworth was correct. Senator Pratt was correct. When you're a Tier 2 teacher, when you're teaching in the schools, professional development is built into your school day. You go to professional development, you get the suicide awareness training, you get the behavioral health training, you get the mental health training, you get all the training in PD. It's baked into your day. Another argument was, well, a teacher can go through the portfolio process. It's really slick. It's a great way to do it. And after that, Mr. President, I went and I looked up the process for licensure via portfolio guidelines, the 2023 version, and I read through it, and it wasn't slick to me. It's not an easy process. And it says it's not an easy process. In multiple spaces in this brochure, it says this is a time-consuming process, a rigorous process, and stresses just how hard it is to go through this portfolio process. I view this as a barrier, and I would encourage members to look through this and see if you can understand the process and whether it's slick. The rationale, another thing I heard, is that we need to return teaching to a noble and respected position. It's to ensure that we get highly qualified folks in the classroom, and it's in part to weed out the folks who think teaching is easy and anyone can do it. But in reality, it continues an elitist culture that turns away highly qualified and wonderful teachers who could provide greater representation in our classrooms. I am confident that preserving this pathway will not open the door to unqualified folks. The opposite's going to happen. It will attract just the type of person we need in the classroom, those who have a passion to teach and those who are called to do the work. After 3 years in the classroom, you're going to know whether or not it's right for you. And the people in your district and in your school will know whether you're an effective teacher. The opposite of that is a person who's got 3 years and tens of thousands of dollars invested in a teacher prep program. By the time they realize it's not for them, it's too expensive to cut their losses, they're going to keep moving on. And I would argue we get even more unqualified, not great teachers through that system. So members, I will be voting yes to this amendment because I believe strongly in offering fewer barriers to getting qualified folks into the classroom and providing greater representation when it comes to teaching our students. Thanks, Mr. President.
Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I stand in opposition of this, and I stand in opposition of this as a teacher of 25 years. I had an experience similar to the good senator over there. I did not get my teaching license until I was 35 years old. I was a single mom with 3 kids. I was doing family daycare during that time and went to weekend college. So for 3 years, I went to college. And yes, it was an expense. Yes, it was often very difficult and hard to focus on the work that I needed to do. But I knew that I wanted to be a teacher, and I knew I wanted to be well prepared for that teaching licensure. It so happened that I graduated in December after a student teaching opportunity and was offered a job to start in January, but unfortunately the state government went on shutdown, and I couldn't get my license. And so I ended up, at that point, broke. Going on to assistance, but then being able to start my teaching career the following year in the fall. The way that we have set up this current tier licensure would allow teachers, and I'm calling them teachers because we appreciate those tier 1 and tier 2 teachers that come into the classroom, especially during this time. And that's a whole nother problem. Why do we have thousands and thousands of licensed teachers who are not in the classroom? Why are they sitting there with their license and not in the classroom? Because we know it's not an easy job in this day and age. When you hold a tier 2 licensure, you can have a bachelor's degree for all subjects except CTE or CP. Those are unique situations. And you need to have a Minnesota-approved preparation program enrollment. And I think that's the key part of this. The enrollment in a preparation program. Or you can have a master's degree in a content area. So if those folks that are already having that master's degree, they fit that tier 2, and 2 of the following. They have to have completed teacher preparation program, 8 upper division credits in subject area, training in subject-specific teaching methods, I think that's a really important one. Yes, we can all say, I would love to be a teacher. I love kids. I want to be there. I want to read them stories. I want to sing songs with them. I want to teach them how to read. I want to teach them how to do their math and their algebra. There's a lot of us that would say that. But it's not as easy as everybody thinks. And so the expectation is that a Tier 2 teacher would get the training in those subject-specific teaching methods. And then we're asking them to have passing scores on state subject areas and pedagogy tests. For example, I was a library media specialist. There's a lot to running a library that nobody sees. And it's not just as easy as walking into a library, putting books on a shelf, checking them out to a kid and putting them back on the shelf. So that's why it was important to have that licensure. Or you need 2 or more experience teaching in a subject area. So candidates must be enrolled in a teaching preparation program. That's to be a Tier 2 teacher. So why is it so hard to continue that programming into the Tier 3? Or they have a master's degree, or they have 2 of the following completed teacher preparation programs, or 8 upper division credits in subject areas, trained in subject-specific teaching fields, 2 years of experience teaching in the subject area, passing scores on state tests and area. This Tier 2 is good for 2 years, and you can renew it for 3 times. So you could sit at a Tier 2 teacher for quite a bit of time. But what the expectation is that if you are sincerely interested in staying in our teaching field, we want to ensure that our teachers not only have rigorous training, but they have rigorous ability to teach our children. We know that the disparities in our education, special ed, ELL, reading, and math are exceedingly high in Minnesota. So why would we expect any less from our teachers? If a kid sits in a class for 3 years, does that automatically graduate them? I don't think so. In order to move on to that Tier 3, you have to have a bachelor's degree and a passing score in content and pedagogy. So we're asking those Tier 2 teachers to put some time and some effort, and yes, it's going to cost some money to do it. But you know what? Your school districts are supposed to be helping you with that. They should be finding ways and opportunities and coursework and professional development for you to meet those needs. So if your school district is not doing that, then your school district is not being the partner that they should be. And in fact, in my bill over here on the finance side, we're trying to make a difference. We're trying to make that easier. So we have the Closing Educational Opportunity Gap Grant. We have the Coalition to Increase Teachers of Color and Indigenous. We're going to continue to invest in Teach in the Minnesota hiring bonuses for teachers that come from out of state. And I know Senator Pratt mentioned that his mother had a hard time getting her licensures. Well, things have changed here in Minnesota. We have concurrent enrollment teacher partnerships. We have expanded concurrent enrollment grants. So we're looking at ways to help those teachers get that licensure. We have grow your own programs, not only in general ed, but also in childhood, early childhood. We have dollars to help with language essentials for teachers of reading and spelling, letters. We have dollars going towards statewide teacher mentoring
Point of order,
programs.
Mr. President.
For what purpose do you rise, Senator Duckworth?
Mr. President, I believe the remarks that are being made currently pertain to another bill we are set to hear later today, and not the bill or the amendment before us. She's quoting finance provisions and things that have to do with money and funding schools. We're on policy, so I would just ask that we continue to stay focused, Mr. President, so we can move forward. Thank you.
Members, I will remind us that when we have a bill before us, we are to focus on that bill and that we are not really supposed to talk about other bills that are not before the body. So with that gentle reminder, Senator Kunesh, it sounds like you were concluding your statements and your words. Senator Kunesh?
Thank you, Mr. President. I was responding to the comments around the cost of doing this work, the lack of opportunity to do the work, and so I wanted to make sure that the body here and those that are listening, that they know that we heard those issues and that we're working hard to help alleviate some of those to ensure that those two-tier teachers have the support, have the funding, have the mentorship that is going to help them move into that two-tier, that 2-3 licensure. So members, I just think I will end with this in that in a day and age when our students are struggling so hard, we really do want the best teachers that have been trained in the best way, that can interest and alleviate the issues at hand. And I'm not saying those Tier 3 teachers can't do that in their own capacity at this time. But what we are asking them is to join us in learning and understanding in a lot of different ways, and to build their experience, their knowledge, their portfolio in a way that are going to meet our students' needs in the highest, best ways, and join us in this beautiful work of educating our children in the very best way. So, members, I would suggest a no vote.
Members, we're down to our last two speakers before we go, before we vote. That will be Senator Swazinski, and then the amendment author. I almost said Duckworth. You're right to point to Senator Abler, and it will be Senator Abler which will complete statements around this A34 amendment. With that being said, because I don't see any other hands, Senator Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the last 20, 30 minutes have told us, no one's wrong on this issue, whether you're going to vote for it or against it. The Abler Amendment, I'll be urging a no vote. But as you heard from certainly Senator Seeberger, it's in her eloquence, she gave some pretty compelling reasons why. But then came Senator Kunesh, who gave some equally compelling reasons why to vote no. And it's with those reasons that I adhere to. I just want to let members know that going from Tier 2 to Tier 3, there are some barriers, but we are removing some of those barriers. We removed the barriers of some of the tests that Tier 2 to Tier 3 teachers had to take in order to get to Tier 3. We are, I'm hoping to remove the barrier of student teaching, because as Senator Seeberger said, requiring a Tier 2 teacher after 3 years to then student teach does seem like a burden for that particular person. So there are some barriers that we're actively engaging on removing. But bottom line, we have standards for our students. We have thousands of standards, K-12, E-12, that we expect our students to perform as they go through the educational system. I don't think it's unreasonable to have standards for our Tier 2 teachers to go to Tier 3. And to prove that they meet those standards, they do the portfolio, which over a 3-year period, I don't think is onerous or difficult or a barrier to getting them to Tier 4. I think it's important, as Senator Kunesh said, that we have high standards for our teachers. And so anyways, with that said, I urge everybody to vote, all members to vote no.
Senator Abler, as the author of the A34 amendment, you would be the last voice we hear before we vote.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I do appreciate the chance to speak again. When this first came around in 2017, I wasn't very involved in the discussion, but I thought it made a lot of sense. As I re-engaged in the Education Committee this session, I was very pleased to hear the discussion about this early on, and all the cobwebs started falling off on the education matters. And as I listened then and listen now, Mr. President, I could not be more proud of an amendment to offer than this one. We sat in our committee and heard at least 15 students, all of whom were of color, all of whom teachers and a parent or two, school board members, rave. Mr. President, they were raving. But they were raving with excitement. They were raving with enthusiasm. They were raving with the prospect of more individuals like them having a chance to engage. Mr. President, what they were looking for, coming out of gangs and challenging home situations and disinterest in education at all, they were looking for someone to be the path, to be the guide, to be the connection to the system that would draw them in and go like, no, you got to see it through. You got to get your diploma, and I want you to go to college, or I want you to go to trade school. For me, I want my, young student there, you do it for me because I care about you. And it was infectious, and it was so impressive, Mr. President. It made me almost weep. And we can't lose that. We cannot lose that opportunity. One of my, at the tech college in my district, one of my leaders there said, losing this would be devastating. And so, Mr. President, devastating for just meeting the staffing needs? No, Mr. President, meeting the individual needs of some of those kids. And we all know those students and kids that went sideways and didn't make it, and that stayed in the gang and did commit suicide and did get involved in drugs and did not come to school and dropped out and were not successful. But Mr. President, those students that we saw on that night were ones that got out of the gang, they got into school, they quit using drugs, and they're on a path, and they may be a Tier 2 teacher someday as well. So, Mr. President, I will not go on, but I don't know where the votes are, but Mr. President, I pray this becomes it gets passed and in a strong way, and that at the end of the day, this idea about getting rid of this critical pathway falls off. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A34 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Bowden, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no. Senator Swazinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, did you say Senator Swedinsky or did you say Jasinski?
Jasinski.
Okay, it sure sounded like Swedinsky to me. But anyways, Mr. President, Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye. I think you just like hearing your name.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lane votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. All senators having voted, who desires a vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 36 ayes and 29 noes, the A34 is adopted. Oh, the roll call was on, excuse me, the The Senate was only undercalled for that limited amendment, is my understanding.
Mr. President, it was undercalled just for that single amendment.
Senator Abler, just to your question, under Rule 41, every member who's in the chamber is supposed to vote, and if someone is not voting, then you have to request for them to vote in order for us to compel them to vote. That is your answer. Any other amendments? Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have one, but I also just want to take a moment to thank folks on both sides of the aisle for coming together and doing some great bipartisan work there. Those moments are few and far between sometimes, but they're meaningful, and I'm very, very grateful that the people of Minnesota got to see one of those moments today. Mr. President, I have the A40 amendment.
Senator Duckworth offers the A40 amendment. The Secretary will report the A40 amendment.
Senator Duckworth moves to amend Senate File Number 1311 as follows. Page 29, delete Section 32 and insert. This is the A40 amendment.
Senator Duckworth, to your A40 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be short and sweet. A part of this bill has a civics requirement, and candidly, I'm in support of our students having more civics education, but as a part of implementing that, the bill included a repealer that removed the requirement of students in our public schools from having to take a civics test to demonstrate their knowledge was satisfactory in civics, our government. And so what this amendment does is it seeks to preserve that test of knowledge so that we can rest assured that if we're certainly going to add a requirement to civics like we are in this bill, that our students are getting the education and the understanding and the knowledge, which is the entire purpose for having that provision in the bill. And we would do so by preserving this test, which has been in law for quite some time, and I believe should stay there. Thank you.
Any other questions or issues or discussion? Senator Klein.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Senator Duckworth, for the A40 amendment. I stand in support of this. This gets to one of the things we addressed very early in our discussion today, which is, so while it's good perhaps to have a civics requirement, it doesn't make sense to repeal what is currently happening in our schools, which is our students take the citizenship test and report to the department what % of their students pass. Now, of course, passing in this case is only 60%. When I was teaching, that would have been considered an F. But we have a rather low bar here, and there is no reason to remove the requirement that the students take the civics test. Do you know how many questions it is? 40. It's not significant, but it is significant results that we would want our graduating seniors to know the things that we require our newest citizens to learn about our country and our state. And in fact, they often do so, and it's their second language, sometimes the third language. One of my friends this summer, English was his fourth language, and yet he learned about our citizenship test, or our citizenship, when he got his citizenship. I don't think it's too much to ask that we continue to have this provision in place for our students in our schools today. I encourage a yes vote on the Duckworth amendment.
Any other comments or discussion on the A40 amendment? Senator Swazinski.
Thank you, Senator Duckworth. This is tough because we make our naturalized citizens take this test, so why wouldn't we make our native-born citizens take the test? The reason, so I get that, but the reason I would ask for a no vote is because A, I believe we're testing our students to death already. And B, that's why the language used to be in statute to require this test, because we weren't teaching government. We weren't teaching civics. There was just this hodgepodge of standards that high schools needed to try to fit in all these different areas of curriculum. And now that we have this civics class required to graduate, I'm leery of, after an entire course or credit in civics / American government, that a rote memorization test that is, I don't know if it's necessary. So I would urge members to vote no on the test.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I encourage you to vote in favor of Senator Duckworth's amendment. We've been talking a lot kind of off to the side about gridlock, how much gridlock there was, and how we're able to get so much done this year. Well, the fact of the matter is, oftentimes we were not in gridlock, we were being deliberative. I happened to be on the Education Policy Committee when we passed this very statute, and it was supported by our VFWs, our American Legions. They worked for years to get this done. We passed this in a bipartisan fashion, working out all the various concerns that we had. Members, this is the way laws should be drafted. This wasn't passed in one session. I believe this took 3-4 sessions to get done. But we got it done with a Republican Senate and a Democratic House. And it went into law with bipartisan vote. And as I mentioned, it was being championed by our veterans. We had some civics teachers encouraging it. We worked with the school districts to make sure that it wasn't a mandate necessarily. We were very cautious. We took in feedback from all stakeholders. And here we are, under one-party rule, undoing all that bipartisan work. Members, we should accept the Duckworth Amendment. Let's honor the work of the legislators that toiled over making sure that all stakeholder voices were heard, and let's represent the VFWs, the Legions, and those other organizations that fought so hard for this. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the A40 amendment before we get to the author of the amendment? Last voice is that of Senator Duckworth on the A40 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Pratt, for your comments, as well as Senator Swedzinski. I know civics is important to Senator Swedzinski, and that's why it's in his bill, and this amendment isn't to suggest otherwise. It's simply to make sure that we are still upholding our constitutional duty, which he refers to so frequently, and I can't do it by memory, so I'll have to look at my phone to read it. But the Article 13, which states the stability of a Republican form of government, depending mainly upon the intelligence of the people, is the duty of the legislature to establish a general and uniform system of public schools. Well, I think part of that citizenry being highly educated has to do with knowing and understanding how our government works and operates, and that's civics. And so I don't quite understand why we would go so far as to make that additional civics education a requirement in this bill and then go ahead and repeal the very test that would ensure our students have received and retained that knowledge which is so very important to the very existence and functioning of our republic. So again, I appreciate everyone's comments as it relates to this amendment, and I hope folks vote green. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A40 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Bowden, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Dietzick votes no.
Say it again.
I report that Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
And Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 nays, the A40 Duckworth Amendment is not adopted. Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment that I might bring that I think will have hopefully some broad support, but if I may ask the chief author of the bill a question before I decide if I'm going to offer the amendment.
Senator Swazinski is conversing with someone. Senator Swazinski will yield. Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. So my question is, looking at current statute, and Senator Swazinski knows that this amendment is coming. Currently in statute, we require 3 credits of mathematics, including Algebra 2 or its equivalent. And the good senator from Eden Prairie has wisely crossed out, including Algebra 2. But then in the academic standards under mathematics, he adds mathematics, and then it says encompassing Algebra 2, integrated mathematics 3, or an equivalent in high school, and to be prepared for 3 credits of mathematics in grade 9 through 12. So my question is to the senator, integrated mathematics 3. I spent all day yesterday calling math teachers that I know, and perhaps they're all too old that this is sort of a newly developed class, but what exactly is integrated mathematics 3?
Senator Swazinski, to the question.
You're asking somebody that had a class called human math in high school.
I think that means he doesn't know, or do you know?
That does mean I don't know.
Senator Farnsworth.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Well, that makes the decision easier. Then I think I would like to offer the A51 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth offers the A51 amendment. The secretary will report the A51 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth moves to amend Senate File Number 1311 as follows. Page 2, lines 26 to 28, delete the new language. This is the A51 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth, to your A51 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just for information's sake, the senator from Eden Prairie asked me to cite the part of the bill that I was discussing, so it would be line 2.26. So what my amendment would do would be to strike all of the new language after the word mathematics on line 2.26 going to the end of line 2.28. And what this would do is it would remove Algebra 2 and this new integrated mathematics 3 that we don't really know what it is. As a grad requirement, it would continue to have 3 years of math required, but what it would do is it would give schools flexibility to offer the math class that their students would need. We've heard about testing and all sorts of things like that today, and it occurred to me that we shouldn't just judge our students based on the difficulty of the math that they're able to do, but I think we should, rather judge how well they're doing on the math that they're actually going to use. And so I made a promise to the math teachers at Hibbing and the counselors and the principals. They said, you got to get rid of the Algebra 2. Most of the students that we have in summer school are students that have to repeat Algebra 2 because they know they're never going to use it. They struggle with it. And I think that that would be a simple change that would allow students to use the math, to do the math that they'll actually use in school, and hopefully reduce things like summer school.
Any other discussion on the the 851 amendment? Senator Kupik.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Swazinski, any additional discussions on the 851 amendment?
Thank you, Senator Farnsworth, for bringing this bill forward. I don't want to revolutionize our math departments in our school districts on the floor today, but I'd certainly welcome the opportunity to hear from math teachers in committee next session when we talk policy, and I would invite conversation with you next session, and so we get this right and we figure out what integrated math is. And I'm sure all the math teachers are cringing out there right now listening to this.
So, Senator Swazinski, do you have any thoughts about the 851?
Vote no.
Any other discussion? Senator Farnsworth, you'll get the last word.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I graduated from high school on June 1st, 1996. That was 9,823 days. And in 9,823 days since I graduated from high school, I have not used algebra once. And if that alone isn't enough reason to get you to vote yes for this, think about students like my nephew, who is a plumber's apprentice. He took all of the higher math classes, possibly will use it if he decides to go on to something else, but would have probably benefited from a math for the trades sort of a class. So I think we could benefit our students with classes that actually are more meaningful in the area that they will go into after high school. So I'm asking for a yes vote. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the 851 amendment. Members, remember, you're supposed to be at your desk while we're voting. Senator Bowden, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 32 ayes and 34 noes. The 851 amendment is not adopted. Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, that is extremely disappointing that we can't stand up to the insidious power that algebra has in our schools. But I do have another amendment that I would like to bring, and it is the A39 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth offers the A39 amendment. The Secretary will report the A39 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth moves to amend Senate File Number 1311 as follows. Page 107, after line 2, insert. This is the A39 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth to your A39 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And what this amendment does is it simplifies a special education, individual education program as long as there's permission from the parents. And so I just sort of want to explain, for those who don't know, I've been a special education teacher for over 15 years. And I think special ed teachers need to get quite a bit more credit than they get. So most special education teachers have a caseload, and this includes between 15 and sometimes more than 30 students. And for every student on their caseload, they have to write an individual education program. They have to do progress reports at least 3 times a year, in addition to the IEP meeting. They have to work on evaluations every 3 years. And on top of that, they have their own classes that they teach. And it's not like teaching a class, like say you're teaching a social studies class, and that day you're teaching about the Constitution. A special ed teacher might have a student in their direct math class where they're teaching one student fractions and another student basic addition. So they have to have multiple different lesson plans for the day for the many students. And so these teachers have been saying, you got to help us with paperwork, you've got to help us with paperwork. And so this amendment makes a very simple change. So on an individual education program, you have to have goals. This is the federal regulation. And then Minnesota rules says you also have to have short-term objectives. And what this does is it doesn't say that you have to get rid of the objectives. It just says with the parent's approval, you can omit those short-term objectives and just go with the federal regulations. And so we tried to take as light of a touch as we can on this to at least do one thing to make the paperwork for my colleagues in the special education world a little bit lighter. So I would ask for a green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Swazinski on the A39 amendment.
Thank you, Senator Farnsworth, for bringing this forward. Your expertise and wisdom and knowledge on special education issues probably has no parallel in the Minnesota Senate. But I'm apprehensive in accepting any language without hearing from others in the field. And so I'm adding this to my list of policy bills for next session, and I look forward to hearing from you and introducing this bill at a further, and bringing in many of your colleagues to agree or disagree with you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. In 2004, they actually federally redesigned how the benchmarks and objectives were mentioned within the individual education program process. And what's missing in this conversation, and that's why this should be going back to something like this conversation needs to happen on the local level and back into the committee level, is there's no discussion on present level statement. Right now, in order to get to those benchmarks and objectives, there's a present level statement that really determines the unique and individualized needs of that child and their disability and how it affects their education. And that, Mr. President, is embedded in federal law. Therefore, this amendment should actually not be put into this bill now. It should actually be taken back to at the local level, which it needs to be discussed. So thank you.
Any additional discussion before we hear from the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the good senator from Anoka says, there are present levels, and that's something else that I'd like to work on in the future, because they require present levels on a number of different pages. But if I don't have the support of Senator Hoffman, I guess I don't have the support of anybody. So I will, for the time being, withdraw the amendment and take the senator from Eden Prairie up on his offer to talk about this in the future.
Senator Farnsworth withdraws the A39 amendment. Any additional amendments? Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to bring up an amendment here that addresses a particularly unfortunate situation in my district in particular. Under Section 5, subsection 2 in the bill, starting at line 45.26, there's a prohibition against the use of American Indian mascots and symbols that is being put into this particular bill. And although we've seen abuses of the symbols and the mascots over the years in different sports teams, what is happening to the team, or what could possibly happen to the team up in War Road, would be extremely unfortunate if we got caught up in this particular piece of language. So, Mr. President, I do have the A44 amendment.
Senator Johnson offers the A44 amendment. The Secretary will report the A44 amendment.
Senator Johnson moves to amend Senate File Number 1311 as follows. Page 46, after line 6, insert. This is the A44 amendment.
Senator Johnson, to your A44 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And a famous warrior from War Road tribe, Name Polk, owned some property. And to commemorate those fallen in a battle that he was part of and barely survived, he sold to the school district at the time to establish the first school, an institution of learning, on the condition that they continue to hold the values and truths of the warriors. And so this was a piece of great pride for the tribe and for this warrior. What the particular bill would do was make it very, very difficult for war road warriors to maintain that tradition and that heritage of really celebrating their Indian and Native American heritage. So what my amendment does is really speaks to the particular tribe, the warrior symbolization and name up there, and puts a lot of restrictions on that. So they have to have buy-in from the American Indian Parent Advisory Committee. They're also approved by the National Coalition Against Racism and Sports Media. The proceeds of this logo are actually copyrighted, or the logo is actually copyrighted, so the proceeds go to teaching Native American and Indigenous history within the institution. And so this is something I think if this goes into law, we could lose a lot of the heritage that particular community and school district has taken so much pride in establishing over the years. So, folks, I really would encourage a green vote on this.
Senator Swazinski,
That's
on the A44 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Johnson. I accept your amendment as a friendly amendment.
Any other discussion on the A44 amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A44 is adopted. Any additional amendments? Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to move the A35 amendment.
Senator Abler offers the A35 amendment. The Secretary will report the A35 amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend Senate File Number 1311 as follows. Page 29, delete Section 1. This is the A35 amendment.
Senator Abler to your A35 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A35 deletes the ethnic studies section on page 29, but Mr. President, I don't want to leave a vacuum, and so for that I would move the A36 amendment.
Senator Abler offers the A36 amendment. The Secretary will report the A36 amendment, which is an amendment to the amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend the A35 amendment to Senate File Number 1311 as follows. Page 1, after line 2, insert. This is the A36 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Abler to your A36 amendment, which is an amendment to the amendment.
Right, and thank you, Mr. President. I hope that I have not talked with the chairman, with Senator Swazinski about this one. I've talked about many others. But, Mr. President, through the course of education policy, the human services, and the health committee in particular, there's been a lot of talk about equity and racism and a lot of discussion, actually a lot of discussion, and about how there are some areas that seem to be racist and therefore, agreeably unfair. And so, but sometimes the brush gets kind of broad, and so, Mr. President, I've actually spent a good deal of time researching idea of racism, anti-racism, and I've had a really good time reading How to Be an Anti-Racist by Ibrahim Kendi, and I found that actually very instructive. And this is a person who has absolutely experienced racism as he grew up on the East Coast. There's a way, Mr. President, to bring people together to accomplish the anti-racist ideals. He says in his book, being anti-racist is to construct an equitable, habitable, and just society. Mr. President, who could disagree with that? And then he reminds us that an anti-racist is one who is expressing an idea of racial equality or is actively supporting a policy that leads to racial equity or justice. And I found that to be a pretty useful description. And then he talked about segregationists, assimilationists, and then anti-racists in the context of all kinds of places. And Mr. President, I have to say I have a hard time disagreeing with him about how to best proceed with this. And I want to thank Senator Swedzinski for taking some of the more, I don't know, some language out of the bill that just didn't produce that. And having been privileged to be the author of the Teachers of Color bill for 3 years with modest success, again, I mentioned earlier, I'm happy that it's moving along. And so as we try to bring people into understanding and work in an affirmative way toward equity and justice, you want to bring as many people along as you can. And the way the bill was written originally, it would have actually, Mr. President, caused the opposite. People would have certainly misinterpreted the good intention of the department and the authors as they wrote this, and it actually might have caused some more challenges. There is still some concern, which I'm not sure was improved by the amendment, on the ethnic studies work and it being embedded throughout, and it's a good debate to have. But Mr. President, this is my effort, and the wordsmithing, as this goes to conference, could be improved upon. I'm open to all kinds of ideas. But the purpose of this section is to advance student knowledge and understanding of humanity so that students will make constructive contributions to their communities, their country, and the world throughout their lives and their personal relationships. And so they talk about some principles. Just to remind you, Mr. President, that white people aren't necessarily racist and black people aren't necessarily not racist, but there are racists on both sides. But when we make generalizations about an institution or all institutions that are racist, many are not. As I read the bill, some of the assumptions are that schools as institutions are inherently racist. Mr. President, I can tell you my district has gone out of their way to be anti-racist and to include and to work for equity and justice for all. And so in a way to just be constructive about this, I think this might be helpful, and it might actually help this section to be better accepted. And so I'm certainly open to the discussion. And I will again say, I'm sitting right by a teacher. I think this is probably B work, Mr. President, but the effort is there, and I'm happy to improve upon it. So, and Mr. President, I'll ask for a roll call. Thank you.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. And is that just a roll call on the 836, which is the amendment to the amendment, or does it also include the underlining amendment, which is the 835?
Mr. President, I'll go big. We'll do it on both. Thank you.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any additional discussion on the 836 amendment to the amendment? Senator Westland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Abler. I guess what I would just say to this language is it really waters down the intention here. And when you talk about anti-racist work, inherent in the notion of anti-racism is that people can, in fact, behave and operate in ways that are racist that are not intentionally so. It's implicit bias. It's something that gets baked into how we're raised, the influences around us, and I think we need to stick with the language in the original bill, which is really about teaching people about in an interdisciplinary way about race, about ethnicity, about indigeneity, about folks that are different. And this just seems a little, the language, I'm sorry to say, feels very much focused on protecting white feelings. My feelings don't need to be protected. It's okay to be confronted with things, and I don't feel personally responsible for them because I'm confronted by them. We have to have some honest, straight conversations about this and approach things with curiosity instead of defensiveness. As Ted Lasso, because we got to get a Ted Lasso in here. Ted Lasso in one of the episodes quotes Walt Whitman and says, "Be curious, not judgmental." And I think when we approach things that in fact make us slightly uncomfortable, if we approach that with that sense of curiosity, that I'm going to inquire about this, that I am going to interrogate this, rather than feeling immediately defensive about it, there's a lot of great learning that can happen. And so I believe, Mr. President and Senator Abler, I believe your intentions are good here. I want to be very clear about that. I just don't think that this is the way to go about it.
Any additional discussion on the A36 amendment, which is the amendment to the amendment? Senator Kunish.
Mr. President and members, what Senator Abel would like to do is to create his own version of the study of diversity and ethnicity. In this bill, it states, ethnic studies means the critical and interdisciplinary study of race, ethnicity, and indigeneity with a focus on the experience and perspectives of people of color with and beyond the United States. Ethnic studies analyzes the way in which race and racism have been and continue to be powerful social, cultural, and political forces, and the ways in which race and racism are connected to other axes of stratification, including stratification based on gender, disability, class, sex, orientation, gender, identity, and legal status. If you read this amendment that Senator Abler proposes, it does not do that. He's created his own idea of the mission statement of ethnic studies. His number 1 point says, no individual is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously, solely by the virtue of his or her own race or sex. I think history disproves that. If you look at the colonization of this country, just because you are a white man of European descent gave you the right to come into another continent and assassinate the indigenous people that live there and take everything that is in there and call it for your own. That is the doctrine of discovery. That is the papal decree that drove colonization across the world. And that attitude of privilege to white European men prevailed for decades and centuries, and it still happens today. I do believe that there are individuals who are inherently racist, sexist, oppressive. And it does not belong in the legislative, those statements. I don't care if somebody wrote it in a book, that doesn't make it right. Number 5 says an individual, by virtue of his or her race or sex, does not bear responsibility for actions committed in the past by others of the same race or sex. That might be true. But there are people of different races and sexual orientation that are still being oppressed for those reasons. And so, yes, individuals are still responsible for that. And there are people that are doing those kind of oppressions to this day because they feel they are superior. An individual shall not be made to feel discomfort. Oh my goodness, now we're putting all this comfort language into the state legislature. Well, we're sorry that you feel discomfort when we talk about these things. Imagine the discomfort of our African American people who are hung for any reason. Imagine the discomfort of our Jewish folks when their synagogues are bombed and people go in there and shoot them up or spray things on the outside. Imagine the discomfort of our Asian Americans who have, for the last how many years, been victim to discrimination and acts of violence. Imagine the discomfort of our American Indian people realizing that this country that they lived on was stolen from them, and that our Native American women go missing at more numbers than any other group of women. So if these things cause you discomfort, then that tells you your conscience is working, and we need to make a change for that. If you feel guilty or don't feel guilty, that's on you, but we are not legislating how people should or should not feel. This is a piece of legislation that belongs nowhere near our state statutes, and I recommend every single one of you to vote no. Because if you're voting yes, you're saying it's okay that we don't teach our kids the real history of the past, and that we learn from our mistakes only to make things better, not to make people feel better.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. And I appreciate the comments made by both of my colleagues. I have no doubt in my mind that Senator Abler offers this amendment out of genuine and sincere willingness to contribute and do good. And I have no doubt that Senator Kunish makes her remarks in a very heartfelt and sincere and genuine manner. And I would hearken back to what Senator Westland shared, a quote, "Be curious, not judgmental." Be curious, not judgmental. I would hope and pray that that is the perspective that we're applying to what we're teaching to our kids in school, that we are encouraging them to be curious and not judgmental about themselves, about their classmates, about anybody, simply because of the color of their skin, perhaps. And in this bill, there are some definitions regarding ethnic studies, and in the bill we'll talk about later, and I'm going to follow my own rule, which is not to debate the next bill, but there are even more expansive definitions of ethnic studies in that bill as well. And so while I can appreciate us having this conversation, this debate, civilly and respectfully, it is worthy of conversation. I'm a product of Minnesota Public Schools and graduated almost 20 years ago, not quite 20, but getting close to there. And I can tell you, there might be some misunderstandings about what is or isn't actually taught in our Minnesota Public Schools. Without even trying that hard, if I hearken back to the things I learned in Minnesota Public Schools, I remember during the Civil War unit, we watched a movie called Glory. And that movie followed and showed the experience of the 1st African American Regiment in the U.S. Army that fought valiantly and bravely on behalf of the Union during the Civil War. We also watched a movie called Gettysburg. The actor who played Colonel Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain gave a very heartfelt and compelling speech about why the Union was fighting that war, how slavery was wrong, how racism was wrong, and why the United States of America was taking up arms and fighting on behalf of that cause. We learned about Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. Of course, we heard his famous and infamous speech and all the other good works and acts that he did. And we learned that as a part of American history that we should be proud of. It was a monumental and changing, consequential moment for every American. That was taught in Minnesota Public Schools. Even almost 20 years ago, we learned about Malcolm X in English. We learned about Frederick Douglass. We learned about Sitting Bull and all their contributions and the contributions of their cultures and the folks that they represent. Rosa Parks, Harriet Tubman. In the U.S. law class I took in high school, we took a dive into how the U.S. judicial system was applied to all Americans of all races, and how that is something that's worth an examination, because there may be some things that if you were to look at it closely, you find to be somewhat shocking. It goes without saying that in Minnesota Public Schools, our students are certainly learning that racism is bad. They're learning that diversity is a good thing, that is a traditional American value, that the diversity of cultures, of people, of beliefs, of orientations is a good thing. And I think that's something that we need to continue to be mindful of when it comes to what we're going to teach our kids in their schools. I'm almost done, Mr. President. You know, I don't want kids to walk away from their experience in our public schools for some reason being ashamed of or not proud of or confused about our great country. And let me be clear, the United States of America and its history is certainly not a perfect one. But I can tell you with certainty that our country and our state has accomplished more good than bad. And one of the beautiful things regarding our democracy, our system and form of government, which has over the years changed and evolved to include as many voices as possible. Our system of government actually goes so far as to protect minority classes and ensure they have a voice in our government and they're not left out. So although we may be an imperfect nation, the history, the course of our country has shown that we are a self-correcting one. That the people that compose our country, the people that compose our state, are good people who value cultural diversity, who understand racism has no place within our borders, and who seek to continually improve and do better. And what I don't want to have happen, Mr. President, is an attempt to legislate something so significant be a detractor in our schools. I don't want it to be another reason for parents to seek education outside of our public schools. I don't want it to be a reason that continues the decline in enrollment in our schools. I don't want it to be a reason that we continue to find ourselves as Minnesotans and Americans more divided and more polarized. What we need to be doing, Mr. President, is seeking ways in which we are focusing on the academic success of our kids, keeping politics out of the classroom, and finding ways to bring the people of this state and country together. And Mr. President, that starts with our kids. So let's keep that divisiveness out of the classroom, allow them to do what they're going to school to do, which is to simply learn the traditional academic standards that we know are going to lead to them to be successful in life. Thank you.
Senator McQuaid.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I think there's so much that I think. But one of the things that I really want to point to in this amendment is the fundamental misunderstanding of how race, racism, white supremacy work. We have so many references here. An individual isn't inherently racist. No individual. Individual merit. An individual by virtue of his or her race or sex. The fundamental misunderstanding here is that racism is not about individual acts. Yes, they can be brutal and violent. Those are the ones we often see on the news. The shooting of Mr. Yarl, the murder of George Floyd, the killing of Breonna Taylor. We could go on and on. Those make it on the news. But it's the systemic ways in which racism and white supremacy show up that are actually killing people. And that is what embedding the real history, warts and all, the real contributions of all different kinds of people into our curriculum would look like. Because it's not just that diversity is good, like, yeah, of course diversity is good. I say this as one of the first black women ever elected to this body, literally in 2022, standing in a room where we have 4 white dudes in the corners looking out over us. Of course we know diversity is good. That's not in contention. But every single system that was built was specifically built to oppress people of color, eradicate indigenous people. We sterilized Latinas so they didn't have more children. We cap the number of people who come from certain countries, black and brown countries, to this country. We interned the Japanese. I could go on and on. If we do not analyze the ways in which our systems were built upon the very belief of white supremacy, we can never rebuild our systems to do the things that we actually want them to do the wonderful things that Senator Duckworth talked about. Because if we go from the 1st Black Battalion in the Civil War to Dr. Martin Luther King, there's a lot of crap that happened in the middle there. We had the Reconstruction era. There were literal violent coups in states to prevent black people from obtaining power. There were race massacres. Seneca Falls, which is where the park in New York City is still located, used to be the first location where indigenous people, Irish people, and black people lived together. There are entire black communities that they flooded to make lakes for lakefront properties. We stole an entire generation of indigenous children. That was like very recently. There are adults in this room who have family members still alive today who remember that. So if we keep talking about the individuality as if the individual acts are the things that are wrong and not the systems that those individuals built and perpetuated, like in healthcare, where the junk science that said that black people don't feel pain the same way white people do, that's why they're specifically and uniquely bred to be enslaved. And it's fine if we perform surgeries on them with no anesthesia. Gets us to today, where a recent study of medical students found that 50% still believe that black people don't feel pain the same way as white people. That's what a systemic racism looks like. We built a system on racist beliefs, on junk science, and until we fix it, it's gonna keep doing the same outcome. We have an opportunity here in this bill to make sure that children learn the real history, the real truth, warts and all, the great things we have done, the bad things that we have done, because if we don't learn about it, we will continue to do it. And we see it even now. We continue to do it. The last thing that I'll say is that when we have these conversations, when we pretend like discomfort, that by learning our history, discomfort is the worst possible thing that could happen, I can tell you the worst possible thing that could happen is that we don't learn from our history, that we continue to do some of these horrible things. And I can tell you that it is uncomfortable to learn about the bad things that have happened in the past. It is uncomfortable to learn why your grandfather still responded to a bell. Because where he grew up, the bell on Sunday at noon was the time at which black people were allowed to finally go into town. It's uncomfortable to learn those things, but they happened. So we're not gonna prioritize comfort. We're gonna prioritize the truth. We're gonna prioritize our history. We're gonna prioritize the contribution of all different kinds of people so that we can start doing all of the good things that we've all said we wanna do and rebuild systems to actually get us the outcomes that we want to. I urge a no vote on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Green is not here, so I'm going to the last voice will be the author of the amendment. Senator Abler. Senator Abler.
To close, is that right? Okay. Well, I want to thank us for the discussion. I think this has been a really healthy discussion. I think the more we talk about this, the better. That's why I brought it up. We don't have enough of these conversations. And Mr. President, I would say that if you're looking for a group of people who care more about racial equality and justice, you're not going to find a more, concentrated per capita measure than you're going to find in this room. And I think these conversations are healthy. I think they're wholesome. And I think that it's a really good idea. And I really got to appreciate Mr. Kendi. He had as bad a situation as anybody and was as angry as anybody, and he's tutoring me. And he talks about the struggle to see others, see all others as fully human. He talks about, as we focus on changing policy, I have just a small reaction here to all this. So what gets us to today? Senator McQuaid, getting to today. That study was in the 1800s about the pain stuff, and I don't know how on earth any medical school can let their students think such a crazy idea that somebody feels pain different than somebody else. It's simply impossible. And if indeed there were some systems that were built to suppress, most of the ones I know of are not. We don't want that. We don't want that at all. We want to move people further forward in the dialogue. And that's my goal in this. And so my concern, and the reason I brought it forward is, Mr. President, across Minnesota and across this country, not everybody is as where we are in our appreciation for what we want to do and for what's important. And when you're not as aware, sometimes you become afraid. And this whole conversation has been stigmatized by 3 letters, which continue to rumble through my district, and Mr. President, are CRT. And so I should have thought of a better acronym for it, but it'd be Cool Real Talk. How's that? Just thought of that real quick. And so what if this became Cool Real Talk? What if we could discuss about each other in the candid way we are here today, in real life, in our communities? That's what I'm looking for, Mr. President, cool real talk. And I don't, listening to Senator Westland, it sounds like I have only a C at the best. And so, Mr. President, I don't want people to vote on C work. And so I think this has been productive. And I think that I would, at this point, like to withdraw this amendment, and then we'll take up the other amendment.
So Senator Abler withdraws the A36 amendment to the amendment. Senator Abler, what was your issue? Are you also withdrawing the A35?
No, Mr. President. I think people would like to vote on that. So if we can revert to that. And so I think my language needs some work. Mr. President, I think this needs some work. It's been improved a bit, and I can see fingerprints on it, but it still is it's not going to advance the cause. If the answer that we're trying to do here is to advance the cause, to make sure that my kids just are totally like what we'd hope they would be, and your kids and their kids, as we move forward to an equitable and just state, that's what we're really after. So let's not drive people further away. And so maybe members think this is like the best language writable. That's not even a word, Mr. President. But I don't think it is, and so I'll just, at this point, just request that people vote to remove this, and we'll go back to the drawing board. Thank you.
We are on the underlying amendment, which is the A35. Senator Kunis to the A35 amendment.
I'm sorry, I need to go back to the A36.
We cannot go back to the A35 amendment under our rules. When we have an amendment that we're on, that is what is before the body, is the A36. Once we finish this, if you want to stand and be recognized, and you can deal with anything that you want to at that particular time. But what's in front of the body is the A35.
This, Senator, may I ask Senator Abler a question?
Senator Abler, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Kunis.
Senator Abler, what does this amendment actually do?
Senator Abler, to the question.
Mr. President, what does the A35 amendment do? It deletes.
That is correct.
It deletes section 1.
Would you please, may I ask another, will he yield?
Will you yield for another question?
Sure.
He will yield for another question. Senator Kunis.
Senator Abler, what is section 1?
Senator Abler, to the question.
Mr. President, it's a definition of ethnic studies.
Can you repeat what you said? I didn't hear you.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. President, Senator Kunis, it's the definition of ethnic studies. That's on page 29.19. It's about 7 lines long.
Senator Kunis.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Senator Abler, in the amendments that you're offering here, do any of your amendments delete the Indigenous Studies programs?
Senator Abler, will you yield for a question?
Yeah, sure.
He will yield. The amendment that is before us is the A35 amendment. Senator Abler, the question is, one more time, Senator Kunis?
My question is, do any of your amendments delete the Indigenous Studies for All program?
Senator Abler, to that question.
Well, I know the A35 just deletes that one section. And I don't know the answer to the second question.
Mr. President?
Senator Kunis.
In the A35 amendment, Senator Abler attempts to delete Indigenous Studies for All. Was that your, would the the senator yield.
Sure.
Senator Abler, will you yield? Because under the 835, it looks like he's deleting page 29, delete section 1. Senator Abler.
Well, Mr. President, I think we're discussing the 836 now, so that's I believe,
What is before the body is the 835.
So, Mr. President, the 835 deletes only one section.
Senator Kunish.
Would he please tell us which section it deletes?
Senator Kunish, I think he said it's the ethnic studies is what I heard him say earlier.
Yeah. So, Mr. President and Senator Kunish, it deletes about 6 or 7 lines on page 29 in the definition of ethnic studies.
Senator Kunish.
Well, in his last bill or his amendment, he's deleting section 3
Point of order,
on page
Mr. President.
43, which is the indigenous education for all.
Senator Kunish. Senator Duckworth, please state your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think you know where I might be going with the point of order. We're on the A35, and I believe Senator Kunish is attempting to debate the A36, which was just withdrawn.
Senator Kunish, we are talking about the 835. So again, we will not talk about the 835 until after this is resolved. I can always identify you if you want to speak once the 835 is dealt with, but we cannot discuss something that's not before the body. So the amendment that's before the body is the 835.
Thank you, Mr. President. We can proceed.
Mr. President.
So just so that we're clear, because there, he initially put forth the 835, then he immediately went to an amendment to the amendment, which was the 836. He spoke on the 836 amendment, and then we all spoke on that. So now we're on the underlining amendment, so it is as if he's presenting the underlining amendment. And I think you spoke already, so I have to give the other folks a chance to speak, and then you can speak last again. Now, so that everyone's clear, that's why he will speak last, because we are now on the 835. Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if Senator Abler will yield for a question.
Senator Abler, will you yield? He will yield. Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question is, should this amendment pass and Section 1 will be deleted, some of the language that will be deleted is the interdisciplinary study of indigeneity. Is that Senator Abler's intent to remove the study of indigeneity?
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Actually, my intention is to find a better way to write Section 1. And presuming that this is in the other body, it would give a chance to create the dialogue. And so I'll let Senator McQuaid finish, but at the end of her discussion, and Mr. President, it's just my intention to withdraw it. I don't want to create a big stir here. I just wanted to have a good discussion. So I'll let her do her thing, and then when you can come back to me, I'll do that. So thanks.
So, Senator Abler, you answered Senator McQuaid's question. Senator McQuaid.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I mean, those were words in response to the question I asked, but it wasn't necessarily an answer. Would Senator Abler yield to a question?
Senator Abler, will you yield? He will yield. Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. So again, I just want to repeat. So if we delete Section 1, as Senator Abler's amendment proposes to do, we would delete language that includes the study of indigeneity. Is it his intention to remove the study of indigeneity from this bill?
Senator Abler, to the question.
Well, Mr. President, I guess I'm just having a hard time understanding the question. It isn't like this is the only place in law or in practice that people talk about this. My intention, whatever it's being taken as, is simply to improve upon the dialogue. And Mr. President, I think this is a good example about how people who care have a dialogue, and I think it's a respectful one. And clearly, I'm not trying to raise a temperature in the Senate, which is why when those questions are done, I'm just going to not maybe people vote on it either way. But I think it's a really healthy discussion, and I think the discussion about keeping these words or not is really healthy, because I think some of the tone that people may feel outside of this place who are a little less understanding of what we're trying to do than what they're going to interpret it as will be benefited by having words that are different than these that they can just take as being simple words talking about equity and justice. Thank you.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I think it's really important to, well, one, we should vote no on this amendment. Yes, there are people who have strong feelings about these words, Mr. President. This was literally a campaign that was created by a conservative activist in response to the worldwide attempt to dismantle white supremacy after the murder of George Floyd, which happened here in this state. People across the world, not this state, not just this country, the entire world came together to say what happened was wrong, the systems that are in place that allowed it to happen should be dismantled, and we should build something better. And the thing that I heard the most from my community is I feel awful that I didn't know. So many people told me, I feel awful that I didn't know. I wish I would have learned this in school. I can't believe I didn't learn this in school. And so, Mr. President, it is right and appropriate that the Minnesota Senate is putting into our schools the appropriate education for our students in the place that spurred the movement against civil rights and justice. Because the movement that Senator Abler referenced is real. People do have feelings about this. White nationalists started that movement. A conservative activist literally read through anti-racist documents and found the legal theories that are taught in law school and in graduate programs and started creating this buzzword to mean something that it doesn't actually mean, to create a movement against it. Because for every step forward, there's a backlash against it. And we have the opportunity to not bow to that backlash. So I'm going to ask folks to vote no against this amendment, because what we are doing here is great, and we are the right people to be doing this. Thank you.
Senator Abler.
You know, Mr. President, I had no idea I'd be provoking such a healthy discussion. I think we need more healthy discussions like this. I think that it's good for the people of Minnesota to watch us discussing. You know, my family fought in the war between the states on the side of the North. So I go way back caring about this. I truly care. Many truly care. And I think that if people saw that essence in this bill and in the language there, that we all really care to make a dent on some of the tragedies and horrors of the past, and looking forward to where we succeeded already, like in my school district where they're trying to do this really hard already, that would be a good thing. But Mr. President, we spent enough time on this. I don't want anybody to vote on this either way, but I want it to be said that we care to make a difference. Thank you, Mr. President. And with that, I'll withdraw the A35 amendment.
The A35 amendment has been withdrawn. Senator Kunish, I said that I would come back to you.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do appreciate you giving me
Point of
another
order.
turn.
For what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I arise to remind the President of Mason Section 121, use of disorderly words in debate. I was so shocked when I heard the words. Before I decided to stand up and object, I had to rehear them. I had to re-listen to the words. Mr. President, I will remind you, you already know, Mr. President, that we do not impugn motives. That's in a different part of Mason's. But I would like to read the words that I believe are objectionable, and I will read them to the President. Mr. President.
Please continue, Senator.
And members. I'm objecting to the words from Senator Kunish. In speaking a few moments ago, as I said, they were so shocking I had to go rehear them, that if voting yes on this amendment, yes, we are saying it is okay not to teach the real history of our past and that we learn from our mistakes. Mr. President, members, those are disorderly words, those are impugning motives, and we have had a great discussion here today. But I do not believe that we can stand, nor should we stand, for these type of words. Now, I'm a passionate speaker myself, and I know sometimes I can say things that maybe I wish I had said in a softer tone. But it's not the tone here, members. It is the word to impugn motives, and that if you vote for this, you believe this thing over here. I find that objectionable, Mr. President.
So, members, let me just center us again. Under Masons, Section 121, use of disorderly words in debate. No member may impugn in personality, impugn motives of members, or use indecent or profane language. A phrase to say, if you do this, that means that. This body, unfortunately, uses that a whole lot. That was even used earlier today. What I would ask the members to do is always function respectfully. Let's be thoughtful. Let's be considerate of what we're saying or implying to each other. So those words in and of themselves, according to Section 121, and if you look in the second paren, it says, if of the opinion that the words are not disorderly, the presiding officer may delay the order. So I'm just giving you a gentle, what's the word I want to say? A gentle reminder. Let's be thoughtful and let's be mindful of each other. So with that gentle reminder, Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't think I have anything else to say.
All right. Any additional amendments? Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer the A25 amendment.
Senator McQuaid offers the A25 amendment. The Secretary will report the A25 amendment.
Senator McQuaid moves to amend Senate File Number 1311 as follows. Page 31, after line 11, insert. This is the A25 amendment.
Senator McQuaid, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is a bill, it's a bipartisan bill that provides a regulatory framework for active shooter drills and active shooter simulations. This bill was heard in the Education Policy Committee. It is bipartisan. I've spoken to the leads on Education Committee. This just makes sure that, let me back up, Mr. President. Right now, districts are required to do 5 active shooter drills per school year. However, we have not defined exactly what an active shooter drill is, how it differs from an active shooter simulation, which they are different. And this bill would also require that there is time taken for student health and wellness after an active shooter drill, and that the programs or practices for these simulations or these drills are evidence-based, and there's parameters around that. I would appreciate support on this. I hope it's seen as a friendly amendment, and thank you.
Any other discussion on the A25 amendment? Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator McQuaid yield for a question?
Senator McQuaid, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McQuaid. I could certainly understand the intent behind this bill. The question I have for you is, does this bill simply define and give clarity as to what an active shooter drill may be, or does it also include some prohibitions or limitations on what a district may or may not do as they implement an active shooter drill?
Senator McQuaid, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. And to the question, so it differentiates between an active shooter drill, which is an emergency preparedness drill to teach students, teachers, and school personnel how to respond in the event of an armed intruder on campus. And then we have an active shooter simulation. There are parameters around active shooter simulations, which are meant to be real-life mimickings of shootings and could have tactical response from law enforcement and all of those things. And so there are specific parameters. Students have to opt into that. It can't be done when more than 50% of students are on campus. Really just differentiating between those two. If there are more specifics that Senator Duckworth would like, I'd be happy to answer.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McQuaid. I appreciate that. Would she yield for another question?
Senator McQuaid, you will yield? She will yield for another question. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McQuaid. As you were drafting this legislation and coming up with the definitions and coming up with provisions that would place left and right limits on what a district may or may not be able to do when it comes to how they would like to implement these drills at the local level, Did you get feedback from organizations like the Minnesota School Boards Association and other districts as it pertains to whether or not they would support these changes? I would say that, obviously I haven't talked to the districts I represent to get their take on it. That's the only thing that would give me a little bit of cause for pause in terms of immediately adopting an amendment like this would be to get the feedback of stakeholders like that. So just curious if you could elaborate on that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McQuaid to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. And to answer Senator Duckworth's question, no, we didn't hear any concern from districts, from the departments in creating this criteria. And really, this bill was crafted by and in partnership with students and survivors of gun violence. And so I think it's actually really helpful to clarify. Currently in statute, we don't have a delineation between a drill or a simulation. So this really provides that clarity to districts so they know exactly what it is that they're doing and what they and what the criteria are around that.
Senator Duckworth.
Mr. President, if I may, would Senator McQuaid yield for another question?
Senator McQuaid, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you. I'm going to read lines 2.4 to 2.12 very quickly. It just talks about criteria. And it says an active shooter drill conducted in according to section 121A.037 with students in early childhood through grade 12 must be accessible, developmentally appropriate and age appropriate, including appropriate safety language and vocabulary, culturally aware, trauma informed, and inclusive of accommodations for students with mobility restrictions, sensory needs, or physical disabilities, mental health needs, auditory or visual limitations. That seems to be a good list, but as someone who is looking to implement active shooter drills that would abide by this criteria, my question to Senator McQuaid would be, what is meant by having it be on line 2.9, culturally aware, as well as line 2.10, trauma informed?
Senator McQuaid to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. So one thing that's really important to know is that we've seen an increase in mass shootings in schools across the nation. So an example of something that would be culturally aware is perhaps not doing an active shooter drill the day after a school shooting in a school. Trauma-informed, perhaps if there's an episode of gun violence that happens in the community, not doing an active shooter drill that day, or perhaps having counselors on site if there's something that's been happening in the community that's near and dear to the student's heart. So culturally aware and trauma-informed are regular words that are used frequently throughout statute, and those are just examples of what that could be.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll wrap up here and just give some quick thoughts on another provision in the amendment that I see. And Senator McQuaid and I had a minute to talk about this potential amendment briefly, and I appreciate where she's coming from. I think it's well intended. Friday through Sunday, this last week, I was up at Camp Ripley doing National Guard training, and frequently I'll call home just to see how the kids are doing and all that fun stuff. And I talked to my daughter, Grace, and I asked her, how was school on Friday? And believe it or not, I'm not making this story up, it just happens to be this coincidental. She told me that they had a lockdown drill at school. I said, oh, tell me more, what does that mean? And she proceeded to tell me what it means, what the teacher did, the procedures, and why they would do it if there were to be a bad guy that were somehow to get into the school, and what they would do to keep themselves safe and protect one another. And while it probably breaks all of our hearts that we have little kids like that in Minnesota and all across the country having to go through those types of drills and learn those things for the various reasons we sometimes see in the headlines, if it's a procedure that helps keep them safe, God forbid that situation to arise, well, then I see value in it. And a potential issue I have with the amendment is this. I like the definitions. I think it is wise to add some definitions to what an active shooter drill may be. But members, when you look on page 3 and you look at lines 3.8 to 3.9, it says an active shooter simulation must not take place during regular school hours if a majority of students are present or expected to be present at the school. And the way I read that seems to kind of defeat the purpose for having a drill as such. You would think if you're going to have, whether it be an active shooter drill, whether it be a fire drill, whether it be a tornado drill, I think you'd like to have it during regular hours with as many kids there as possible so they can learn those safety procedures, take care of one another, listen to their teacher, and know exactly what to do in one of those terrible situations. So for that reason, I would say, although it may be well-intended, I would not be comfortable with adopting this amendment. I know it's not my bill, but I would just say, members, maybe vote no on it as it stands, and then let's continue to develop and tweak this so that it, number one, provides the definitions we see as valuable, and number two, allows school districts to continue to do what they need to do to keep kids safe and make that as a worthwhile as a drill as possible. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Klein.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank Senator Duckworth for actually doing a really good job of proving my point why we need this bill. So there's two different things. We have an active shooter drill, which is an emergency preparedness drill designed to teach students, teachers, school personnel, and staff how to respond in the event of an armed intruder on campus or an armed assailant in the immediate vicinity of a school. An active shooter drill is not an active shooter simulation, nor may an active shooter drill include any serial or sensorial components, activities, or elements that mimic the real-life shooting. So what Senator Duckworth's daughter went through at school on Friday was an active shooter drill. Active shooter simulation is an emergency exercise including full-scale or functional exercises designed to teach adult school personnel and staff how to respond in the event of an armed intruder on campus. I can give an example. In Senator Duckworth's district, I have a friend who's a teacher there. They do this during the summer where they have actors come in, they lay bleeding or pretend bleeding on the floor, they practice doing trauma triage, they practice, notifying where are they hearing the bullets coming from, how do they usher the kids down from a different part of school, so on and so forth. So no, we don't want students to be present on campus for an active shooter simulation because that is meant to teach adults how to respond in the case of an active shooter or an armed assailant, but we do want children to be there for active shooter drills, which they would be in this bill. So I would encourage folks to vote yes because it really is important that we have these definitions that differentiate between these two things in law. Right now, we don't. We require schools to have 5 active shooter drills per year. We don't say what those are. We don't say what the criteria are. We don't say what the parameters are. And we should really be clear about that in statute.
Senator Eric.
Thank you, Mr. President. And, when we had this bill in committee, I had a couple of concerns, and I did meet with folks to talk about this. And would Senator McQuaid yield for a question?
Senator McQuaid, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Eric.
Thank you, Mr. President. The main concern that I have with the bill deals with the notice and the ability to opt out of the drills. And Mr. President, I agree 100% that we should not be having active shooter simulations with students around. That is not something they should be a part of. But drills are something they absolutely should participate in so that if something happens, they have a general understanding. And when I spoke with the group, it was their intent that students should participate, but they did understand my concern that they should be present. And as I read the language that's in front of us, a student would be able to opt out continually and never be a part of a drill. And Mr. President, that's my concern. And the group expressed that what they really are looking for is there are times where something traumatic may have happened in a student's life, whether it be at school, in the family, and at that moment in time, participating in the drill might not be the best thing, and I agreed with that. But what I'm wondering, the language appears to be exactly what we saw in committee, so I would ask Senator McQuaid if it is her intention that is for the students to be able to opt out every time, or if it would only be for situations where they're not in the moment in that particular time. It might be traumatic, even more traumatic with a life experience, to opt out in that situation, but not in general just every time it would come up.
Senator McQuaid, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to answer this question with an example. I'm a child of the Columbine era. I was in 8th grade when Columbine happened. When I went to 9th grade, one of my dear friends came to my high school from Columbine. He was at school when it happened. And he will never go through an active shooter drill. He will never let his kids go through an active shooter drill. There will never be a point, there would never have been a point during his high school career where that trauma of that day would not have followed him around. So my answer to Senator Rarick, Mr. President, is that there are some students who may come here from other places who might have gone through mass shootings in their schools. They might have been part of gun violence in their own community. They might have sensory and auditory processing issues where an active shooter drill will never be appropriate for them. What we do know is that active shooter drills train often the people who come into the schools who commit mass shootings are the students themselves. And so there's evidence that says that, you know, students' participation in active shooter drill isn't always indicative of their ability to run, hide, fight. So most students will probably be part of active shooter drills, but we do want to give, and it's parents who opt out, not the children. We want to give parents the option to opt their children out of active shooter drills if it's appropriate for them.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate the answer, but I do have a concern, and I think, you know, in situations, if a student is opted out by their parents, it does have a potential to put the teacher in a position of having students that will not know what to do. And so they have a group of students that do have an understanding and then others that do not, and they can have students going multiple different directions and put that teacher in a pretty tough situation. And so again, working with the group that brought this language forward, they did understand my concern, and I'm hoping that as this moves forward, we could work on some language that would clarify that this is not meant to be used time and time again by the same student, but to address certain situations. And I get the story that was told that in that situation, maybe every time would be appropriate to opt out, but not for this to be used constantly. The concept of this bill is something that I am close to not quite ready with this language, but I understand where the group is coming from and members that are behind this, but I think there needs to be a couple little tweaks yet to the language. So thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kunish, on the A25 amendment.
Yes, the A25 amendment. Thank you, Mr. President. You know, members, I think it's really important to first of all remember that the #1 cause of death in kids these days are guns. And the most important thing that we can do is ensure that we are addressing the mental health issues around that. They hear it in the news, they see the pictures in the newspaper. You can't get away from it. And so what I especially appreciate in this bill that Senator Mayquade has for us is the part around student mental health and wellness. It says that after an active shooter drill, we must include within a reasonable amount of time immediately following that drill for teachers to debrief with their students. And that opportunity to debrief must be provided to the students before regular classroom activity resumes. Members, this is really, really important. It's important for the teachers to bring their class back together. It's important for those students who still don't quite understand what's going on. And again, I speak from experience. There were many times when we would have active shooter drills, and I would have students in my library, and I would have to corral them up and get them into a safe place. And we'd done that enough times, or they'd practiced enough times to basically know where they were. But I'm thinking about those really young little kindergarten kids, those first graders, who are traumatized from the news and the reports and hearing about shootings time and time again, and can't quite differentiate, is this real? And there were so many times I would be hunkered down with those kids, and I'd be trying to calm them down and speak to them, you know, this is just a practice, we're just practicing, and you would have 1 or 2 or 3 kids that would be just going through an incredible emotional meltdown. Is this real? Is there really a shooter out there? And oftentimes in these drills, they have somebody come around and rattle the door to see if the door is locked. Or they'll come around to the outside windows and peek through those windows to see if they can see any kids or anyone. And the kids hear that, and they say, is that real? Is there really somebody out there? And when one kid starts, the next kid and the next kid. And so, Senator Mayquade, I really appreciate the fact that you and the group that put this together are including that very, very, very important follow-up where the class comes back together, the teachers are with their classes once again, and they have that opportunity to talk about what happened, what we need to do differently, what went well, and to make sure that if there are any of our students that need a little bit extra attention under these circumstances, that those resources are there. So members, I would vote green on this amendment.
Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I stand to speak in favor of the amendment. I just hope people watching at home will understand we can have some really deep, thoughtful, close-to-home discussions, and on the next amendment, and I think be respectful. And then on the next amendment, we can stand up and speak on behalf of each other's amendments as we work to do the work of the state. So, Mr. President, Senator Mayquade brought this to me. I'm happy to be a co-author at her invitation, and I'm happy to vote green. Thank you.
Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really applaud this amendment. I am one of those parents who has already had my kindergartners go through lockdown drills. And for me as a parent, that makes me feel like we're failing our kids, that we are putting this Band-Aid on them with lockdown drills instead of, quite frankly, addressing the underlying issue, which is that we have neglected mental health in our schools, that we have not properly addressed gun violence, and that it is far too easy for someone with a mental health issue or with a violence domestically to get guns, and that our children are in danger. So I think we need to be sensitive to the fact that we have been traumatizing our children with this in some of our failures to act. Someone argued about not having simulations with kids. I've been in a simulation. I am in the military too. They do gunshots sometimes. If it's really accurate, there might be smoke in the hallways, people rattling or banging on the doors. Our kids are traumatized enough. They do not need to go through full simulations of an active shooter. Quite frankly, I find that ridiculous. To the lockdowns themselves. I am a foster parent. My first concern when I heard that my school was going to be having a lockdown drill for my kindergartner, who I just adopted, was that that child came from trauma. And when kids already have violence and trauma in their backgrounds, yes, some of us as parents might need to keep them away from being re-traumatized over and over again. I've heard a lot of people speak to parental rights on different issues here. Well, this is one where we know the background of our children and what might or might not work for them. And if I need to teach them to be safe in other ways that don't re-traumatize them at school, I have the ability to do that. But I think we need to understand that we are traumatizing our children with the gun violence in our society, and I think we need to work on ways to be sensitive to that. And I think this bill, until we address the underlying gun violence, which I hope we do, is a good start on that. Thank you, Senator Mayquade.
Senator Westland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will do my best to be brief. Thank you, Senator Mayquade, for bringing this bill and at least trying to put some guardrails around the practices in our school. Couple things. The mass shootings that happen particularly in our schools are are incredibly traumatizing. I mean, I think it would be safe to say that for all of us, every time this happens, it just takes a little bit of your heart out. But what we also know is that those are in fact rare. It is important that teachers and the adults in the classroom know what to do in these situations, but the American Academy of Pediatrics has actually come out against, in particular, the high-intensity drills that Senator Quaid's bill would get rid of. It is far more important for the adults to understand what's going on, and the efficacy of involving students, even in the drills versus the simulations, the efficacy is really quite questionable. What we do know is that these sorts of activities actually do inflict trauma on our kids. It makes them feel like they are at risk and unsafe in their schools. And more importantly, and Senator May Quaid mentioned this, when we go through these drills, the most likely shooters of the schools are participating in them. And so that they know what's going to happen in that school. It helps them make plans more effectively in terms of any potential attack or breach of the school. I support this amendment, and I encourage a green vote.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. And I'm going to do something that maybe doesn't happen as often as it should in this chamber and change my mind as it relates to this amendment. And I appreciate Senator May Quaid's elaboration. She was exactly right, and why definitions might be helpful. I read a definition of a simulation rather than the drill. And so on the whole, I think this amendment as it stands, now that I've had time to read through it, sometimes you don't say quite what you think you're meaning to say when you're trying to read something on the fly. But on the whole, I do view the amendment as favorable. There's been some compelling remarks that have brought me around to it, Mr. President. So members, of course, vote as you would like, but I do see this as a positive amendment. Thank you.
Senator Klein?
Mr. President, I withdraw my request for a roll call.
The roll call has been withdrawn. Senator Swazinski.
I rise in support of the May Quaid amendment. I just want to I hope someday when, like when I tell young people about duck and cover drills during the Cold War, they laugh and giggle and go, well, that couldn't have been. Why would you have done that? And I hope someday when we talk about things like what the provisions in this bill, our grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren laugh and giggle and go, why would you have done that? What was the impetus for you guys having to do that? Because we don't understand. I hope that's how this plays out. I don't know how many members in here have had the horrible, I don't know what the right word is, but over the course of my teaching career, to walk back into a classroom from lunch and tell a group of 30, 32 students that there was another Columbine today, there was another Red Lake today, there was another Sandy Hook today, there was another Parkland today, and the looks on those students' faces are priceless. I wish I had a hidden camera behind me once to show every single adult in America the looks on our students' faces when the teachers come in and announce we had another school shooting, because they're just incredulous. They're dumbfounded. They're blank looks on their faces because they don't understand how we're not dealing with what ultimately is the underlying problem of school violence. So I encourage a yes vote.
The last vote, the last voice, oh, we have one more. Senator Jaskowski, and then we're going to Senator May Quaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator May Quaid yield for a question?
Senator May Quaid, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator May Quaid, I've been reading, I found the statute on school safety drills, and I'm going to read the statute. It's one sentence long. It says 121A.037 says private schools and educational institutions not subject to 128.035 must have at least 5 school lockdown drills, 5 school fire drills consistent with section 299F.30 and 1 tornado drill. So a couple of things I see in there, Senator, is One, we have in statute right now, it's called lockdown drills. So you are creating a new statute here that creates a new mandate for schools in this kind of safety area called active shooter drill. I'm afraid we may end up with confusion directly in the statute. The other thing I noticed is that we have no definition about what needs to happen in terms of a tornado drill. We don't tell schools, you know, you have to, you know, line up with 30 desks and 30 kids under them or whatever they might do during a tornado drill. I don't know. And then under fire drill, not even close to the level of detail that we have in this particular amendment that we're trying to create with this. I guess I'm interested in what your reaction to that is, Senator May-Quade, and how do you square up the fact that we're going to have two different terms ostensibly aimed at kind of the same area of thought here?
Senator May-Quade, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would tell Senator Drazkowski, stay tuned for just one more amendment.
Senator Drazkowski.
Okay. Well, stay tuned, Senator May-Quade. Thank you. I see this also, members, as really a finely detailed mandate on the schools, and I'm concerned that schools weren't involved in this. It's going to be a one-size-fits-all, very prescriptive approach for schools around this. I'm fearful that it may not work for some schools, and we may be, in many times, putting a round peg into a square hole. For that reason, I think we should have more discussion about this. There should probably be some input from schools in forming out this bill if this is to become law. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator May-Quade. Senator May-Quade, you have the last word on your 825 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate the support. I'm really glad for the support on both sides of the aisle for this bill. I've never actually wanted to have something in law less. And like Senator Swedzinski talked about duck and cover drills, I really look forward to the day when I can repeal this because it is not needed, because it makes no sense. No one knows why we would do this. Students are confused. It is heartbreaking to know that our students are in school traumatized by this thing that we have to do in order to hopefully keep them safe from things that we haven't already dealt with before. I'm really grateful to the students who worked on this bill to create this language together, and the School Boards Association is supportive. This amendment includes language that they support too. So let's just vote green on it and we'll get this done. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all in favor, Senator Nelson. Roll call? Okay, roll call requested, roll call granted. They just took it off, so now you're going to put it back on. Okay, roll call requested, roll call granted. The secretary will take the roll. Senator voting, all those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
And Senator Latz votes aye.
And Senator Latz votes aye. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
I'm still waiting on one vote, Mr. President. I'll let you know as soon as I get it. Mr.
Senator
President,
Jasinski.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
Senator Westrom votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 59 ayes and 8 noes. The 825 amendment is adopted. Any other amendments? Senator Abler.
Thanks, Mr. President. Just so you know, I have 3 left, and you can mix and match how you feel if people want to offer others. Mr. President, I'll move the 823.
Senator Abler moves the 823 amendment, and the secretary will report the 823 amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend Senate File 1311 as follows. Page 71 after line 8, insert. This is Amendment 823.
Senator Abler to your 823 amendment.
Thanks, Mr. President. And working with some of the administrators in the schools, this bill changes up some of the discipline quite a bit, and it does not allow dismissals for kindergartners through K-3. This simply adds in the existing language this is on page 71 on line 8. If you go down to line 23, you'll see almost the same words, that this allows for a disciplinary dismissal used in circumstances where the pupil creates an immediate and substantial danger to themselves or to surrounding persons or property. This is an important one, and I hope it's friendly to the Senator Swedzinski, and I hope people can support it. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the A23 amendment? Senator Kupik?
Roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion on the A23 amendment? Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I think if you look at the section within the revisers on page 71, all this is doing is clarifying. If you look at the Minnesota People Fair Dismissal Act and you look at some of the pieces that are exclusionary or not exclusionary, and you start to see this just clarifies language. If you see after that first piece on line 71.6, it adds the second notwithstanding, which is below in a different section. So to me, Mr. President, this just clarifies the language within People Fair Dismissal Act, and I think Senator Swedzinski would probably assume that that's anytime you can clarify that, it's something that's needed.
Any additional discussion on the A23 amendment? The secretary will. Did you want to say anything else? Senator Swedzinski.
Senator Abler, he rise for a question?
Senator Abler, will you yield? He will yield for a question.
Senator, isn't your amendment already in statute? I believe it is.
Senator Abler, to the question.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Well, it's in statute, but it doesn't modify this section. If you look at section 128.425, where on line 70.30, just ahead of this amendment, inserted, it says disciplinary dismissals prohibited, and that it includes you can't dismiss people from preschool or pre-kindergarten, and now the new language is kindergarten through grade 3. And if it's in there, it would be helpful just to clarify. It's not meant to be hurtful at all, but it's really important that if you have some child who's beating on another one and causing harm, that and there's just times that people need to be not part of schools or part of the class. There have been apparently too many dismissals for the wrong reasons, and this is surely keeping all those wrong reasons from being any reason. This is simply when it's an immediate risk of harm. And I believe it just clarifies.
Senator Swedzinski.
Well, Senator Abler and I did talk about moving that language at the bottom of the page up earlier. And nonpartisan counsel says it is necessary. So I accept it as a friendly amendment.
Any other discussion? Senator Kupik.
Mr. President, I'll withdraw my roll call request.
Roll call request withdrawn. Seeing nothing else, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. A23 is adopted. Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I'll move the A104.
Senator Abler moves the A104. The secretary will report the A104.
Senator Abler moves to amend Senate File Number 1311 as follows. Page 49, line 30, delete, be signed by the entire. This is the A104 amendment.
Senator Abler, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a collage of 5 ideas, and just if Senator Swedzinski will yield after I offer my explanation. It's my interest in the things that he would accept. I will be happy to vote on, and if he doesn't want to take them, then that's it. This is nothing, watershed. But on line page 49, on line 30 and 31, if there's some report in the contrary about some of the ethnic studies and whatever, that there's some controversy at the school board, it requires that each individual person on the school board sign this report. If there's a 4-3 vote, I don't know that at least there's some people that are not going to sign anything, Mr. President. And so the idea, this is just meant to be friendly, that if the school board votes 4-3 or whatever the vote is, that the regular way to report that news would be reported by the chairman and whoever. So that's the first one. The second one is if there's a withdrawal, it says verbal or written. It just seemed to me that a verbal agreement to withdraw from school would just be a bad idea. It should be documented in the record. Oh, you said you were withdrawing. I just think that's not a good idea. I think that should be friendly. And so page 74, line 1.6, this asks that the school would make known any sliding fee or free clinics that are available. And I don't know how they could know them all, and they'll be breaking the law. And so if I just inserted the word known, any known clinics that they're aware of, they could then let people know about that. The one on page 103 is a little more complicated, but not that complicated. And so this actually harks back to our discussion about institutional racism. And so this inserts 2 words which I think clarify what you're trying to do. But there's some places that really aren't particularly institutionally racist. And so on line 103.31, after the address, the plan must address potential issues of institutional racism, which could allow that places might have one who are still doing their best. And then on 103.32, in schools that could create opportunity and achievement gaps. So it's kind of like, if you're doing pretty well, then we're not going to yell at you for trying to do well. And then finally, on page 105, line 14, they talk about doing interventions, and they suggest that somehow you're able to eliminate academic disparities, which would be a miracle. And my suggestion is to reinstate the words on the words to reduce the disparities. So I just get rid of the word, or reduce the academic disparities, and so I think that reducing is realistic, eliminating is impossible. So I just suggest that we would remove that language, and I'm very interested in what Senator Swedzinski is willing to take, and if he'll take whatever amount. So if he'd yield for that question, which of these do you like?
Senator Jasinski, will you yield?
Yes, I will.
He will yield. Senator Jasinski, excuse me. I know. Swedzinski, did you hear the question?
No, I did not.
The question was very long. He wants to know what provisions in the A104 are you willing to accept? I believe that was the question.
None at this time, Mr. President.
What's the response?
None at this time.
Senator Abler. Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if Senator Abler would yield for a question.
Senator Abler, will you yield for a question? He will yield for a question. Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm going to look at page 105, or excuse me, yes, 105, line 14. Senator Abler, could you explain to me why you believe the academic disparities exist?
Senator Abler, to the question.
There are a lot of reasons for academic disparities. And I think some could be, rooted in some poor habits of districts. Some could be rooted in families who aren't supportive of academics. Some could be rooted in young people who join gangs and don't go to school. They use drugs. They just aren't interested in the whole thing. They put in their time and they go home. And so that's just off the top of my head where they might come from.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. If Senator Abler would continue to yield for a question.
Will you yield for another question? He will yield. Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think, Mr. President, what I'm really trying to get at with Senator Abler is, going from our goal to eliminate academic disparities back to reducing. I think my question really is, the disparities that we have in academic opportunity that exist, if Senator Abler believes that they're inherent to some of those students, that we actually can't eliminate the disparities in academic opportunity and achievement, but that some students, that there will always be disparities between black and white students, there will always be disparities between American Indian and white students in this state, there will always be disparities based on those immutable characteristics, and that we actually cannot eliminate those disparities, we can only just reduce them.
Senator Abler, will you yield? Yeah. He will yield. Did you hear the question? He did. Senator Abler.
Oh, and Mr. President and Senator McQuaid, I wasn't really attempting to make any huge statement whatsoever. I've just been on the education world long enough that when you put a word in a bill, in a law, that the schools feel like they have to do it. And the difficult takes a while, the impossible takes longer. I just think that it was just a practical suggestion. I don't want to, the goal is to eliminate. You certainly want to eliminate, you want to shoot high. But I've been around long enough to realize you shoot high to get high, but you may not be perfect. That's all I was saying. And so whenever we get done with this discussion, since the good Senator of Swedzinski, not Jasinski, was not interested in taking any of these, which is fine, and maybe he'll work on them in conference, then I was going to withdraw it, but I'm happy to discuss any of these further. I think Mr. President, I think we're on a productive track here, but I'm just concerned about the time for the body to spend discussing these.
Senator McQuaid, do you have any other questions?
No, Mr. President.
Any other, I did have Senator Kunish on my list. Senator Kunish.
Mr. President, would Senator Abler stand for question?
Senator Abler, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Kunish.
Senator Abler, can you tell us on page 49, lines 30 and 31, what you want to delete and why?
Senator Abler, to the question.
Absolutely. And I'll just offer a short thought. First of all, people talk about, it's not a very good word, but they talk about echo chambers, where you meet people. I was remembering there was some group of Democrats saying they didn't know anybody who voted for Trump. And clearly some people did in 2016. And so in the same way, as I chatted with various members about some of these provisions and some that were fixed, there was a total lack of understanding why people might think the way that they think. And I think the more we discuss this stuff, the more that we raise the ability of all of us to understand each individual voice. And Mr. President, I've learned a lot here in my time by listening, and I've Mr. Kendi's book and other stuff and talking to people in my district and people everywhere. Did a statewide race. I learned a lot on that. Anyway, but the point on this one here is that on line 49.30, instead of the board response being signed by the entire school board, it would just be, however you transmit a report, it would be sent to the American Indian Parent Advisory Committee. The only reason that signing by the entire school board I thought was problematic, and I still think it is that if you have a vote of 6-1 or something, and that one person is keenly in disagreement with the report, then how are you going to make him sign the report? And is that going to advance the cause of bringing this person to understanding and bringing the people that he or she talked to understanding as well? So it was, again, just a practical thing, not to minimize any value. Certainly the board chair would sign it or the secretary and then transmit the report. That was all I was after.
Senator Kunish.
Well, I'm still very confused why you wouldn't want school board members. I know to sign off on
Senator
this.
Kunish, I just
Excuse me, I'm
remind
sorry,
all
I
the
forgot
members
that.
that you have to speak
Yes.
to me through the president.
Got it. So, members, what this is that we have American Indian Parent Advisory Committee, and they have to meet to discuss whether or not that they concur with the educational offerings that have been extended by the districts to American Indian students. And if the committee finds that the district or the charter school or the tribal contract school and the school board have met the needs of our American Indian students, then they issue a vote and a resolution of concurrence. But then, if they find that they are not meeting the needs of our American Indian students and they're not being met, then they have the option to issue a vote and a resolution of non-concurrence. So there are federal dollars that come down, members, from the federal government specifically for our American Indian students. And there's very strict guidelines around how those dollars should be used within the district. And part of that is the understanding that the school district will meet with our American Indian parent group and talk about how those dollars are going to be spent. Now, for many years, though the parents were not listened to, or they weren't even told that this was an option. And the schools would just spend that money however they wanted, not even on our Native kids a lot of the time. And so that's why this language is so important in here. It says the vote is formally reflected on documentation provided by the Department of Education and must be submitted annually on March 1st. This way, the Department of Education knows which funds are being used, how they're being used, where we can fill the gaps. So I don't quite understand why Senator Abler feels that if the vote is of non-concurrence, meaning that the American Indian Family Group says, no, you have not met the specifications that we'd like, I'm wondering, Senator Abler, why you would not want the board to be signed by the entire school board, because the school board has 60 days in which to respond in writing to the committee's recommendation, and then the board's response must be signed by the entire school board and then be submitted back to the American Indian Parent Advisory Committee and the Department of Education. And so Senator Abler, if he would yield, I would ask him why he does not feel that that response should be signed by the entire school board.
So, Senator Abler, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
He will yield. Senator Abler, to the question.
Well, Mr. President, I had no intention to take up the kind of time, but I'm happy to spend as long as any senator wants to discuss some of these provisions. It was simply an effort to be practical, but I'm at the risk of extending the conversation very long. There are people who do not agree with any one of us in this building, and if we don't there's pockets of agreement more like some of us and pockets of disagreement more like some of us. And I have learned never to be surprised by somebody who has a totally polar view that I might have. But the same people who are concerned about some of the goings on in schools with regard to the slogan of CRT and other things and this whole topic, it makes it all, it makes it harder for them. And so they go into the meeting. We've all been in meetings where we know it's just going to go bad. We just are waiting to be mad. We're waiting to be upset with the people. We're waiting to, I just know it's not going to be a good meeting because so-and-so is there. And if you go into that approach, it's going to be not a good meeting. But if you go in the meeting and thought, what can I learn? And maybe they're all right, and maybe I'll know something. Then I can get something out of it. But there are some people who are at both ends of the spectrum on this topic. And it would be very frightening to hear, well, it'd be just, I mean, not frightening. It's just, you want to understand everybody can understand, Mr. President. And there are some people that don't want to sign a report because they just don't want to be part of any of it. And that's all. That was the only goal. It has nothing to do with the integrity of the process. But if you've seen any effort, since I'll just sum up with this, Mr. President, if Senator Kunish is done asking your questions, I'll just withdraw the amendment like I said I was going to. But I think this is instructive. I think we need to realize that people say a word and it means something to somebody, it means something to somebody else. They have a grimace, they have a way they wave, they have a way they don't look at somebody, they have a way they do look at somebody, and it gets interpreted as being something that may have been meant or may not have been meant whatsoever. And I think this topic of all the topics, I have, Mr. President, a high regard for the tribes, as you well know, and to try to improve so many things about what they have going. And to learn about them is, I think, very instructive. And to make sure that they all succeed. We have some very real challenges there. But I think, again, this group here that we're with today is amongst some of the most engaged, understanding folks. But I think the more we try to understand people we don't know and that don't understand off the top of our heads why they might think something, the better. So if everybody's cool, I'll thank people for the discussion. I think it's helpful. The more discussions we have, the more we keep trying to understand, the more we're going to move this whole ball forward, and everybody in Minnesota can win, and we can undo some of the horrible things of the past. Mr. President, with that, I'll withdraw the A104 amendment.
The A104 has been withdrawn. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I impose a call of the Senate.
The Senate is now under call. Oh, he is. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. For clarification, this is for the duration of the upcoming amendment I'm about to offer. I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. And Senator, you said for the duration of the amendment, and you're going to introduce the amendment now so that we can grab it for you?
Correct, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A110 amendment.
Senator Coleman offers the A110 amendment. The Secretary will report the A110 amendment.
Senator Coleman moves to amend Senate File Number 1311 as follows. Page 19, line 8, delete not and insert. This is the A110 amendment.
Senator Coleman, to your A110 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, We had our discussion on the faith-based statement provision for PSEO, religious-based institutions offering PSEO. This amendment addresses some of the concerns that were brought up by the Democrats today. And so it deletes the provision that we were discussing earlier, but adds that the institutions must be in compliance with relevant law and judicial decisions. I believe this addresses some of the concerns and that it is a compromise and a fix, and I would encourage a green vote.
Any other discussions on the A110 amendments? Senator Klein?
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Swazinski.
I'm still, for all the debate we had earlier today, I'd recommend a no on the Coleman amendment.
I'm sorry, Senator Swazinski, I couldn't understand what you were saying toward the latter part of your statement.
I'm urging a vote no on the A110 amendment.
All right, any additional discussion on the A110 amendment before I go to the author if she has anything last to say? Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't speak on this one earlier, but I think it's not only a question of what the law and judicial decisions have required, but it's also a matter of fairness. I went to a religiously affiliated college, happens to be Lutheran. Head of the religion department there 10 years ago was Hindu. And the point is, there are lots of institutions that have religious beliefs, and they're entitled to those beliefs, and they should have them. But when we're discussing where we're using public education dollars in PSEO, there's a difference between sending somebody to a school where the students, where it's going to preclude a huge chunk of our student population because of religious affiliation. And I guess I just think it's really not wise to be saying we're going to be using our public dollars to take kids from the public schools and put them into institutions that require them to take a statement of faith in order to participate. I understand that lots of people of various religious beliefs go to certain schools, but when you have to make a statement that you believe what that school wants you to believe, I have real question about why we're using our public education dollars for that purpose. And so it's, yes, this may, Senator Coleman's thing might address the concerns that some would have that what we were talking about might be unconstitutional to do, but I think that doesn't get to the whole thing of the fairness. Should we be putting tax dollars to institutions to fund students going there when a big chunk of our student population is not able to attend because they cannot in good conscience sign the statement that they are required to participate in it? Again, there are plenty of religious institutions that do not require students to make such pledges. I have a real concern about this, and this is in 2 of these 3 schools are in my district. And I'm not trying to be mean to them, but I also don't think it's the role of the state to be providing funding to those schools for students who have to say this pledge in order to go there.
Senator Coleman, who's going to have the last word before we vote on the A110 amendment. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. Members vote green. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A110 amendment. Senator Bowden, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
And Senator Frentz votes no.
And Senator Frentz votes no. Senator Jasinski. Those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Howell votes aye.
Senator Howell votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Western votes aye.
And Senator Western votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 34 ayes and 33 noes. The A110 amendment is adopted. Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. In front of you is the A109 amendment.
Senator Hoffman offers the A109 amendment. The secretary will report the A109 amendment.
Senator Hoffman moves to amend Senate File Number 1311 as follows. Page 111 after line 15, insert. This is the A109 amendment.
Senator Hoffman, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. This is a simple discussion. It allows the Commissioner of Education must define some following terms. And when you look at the amendment that's in front of you, many times there is a medical diagnosis or there's a medical term, and sometimes there is not that exact consistency within an educational related term on that. And so that causes a lot of confusion because, after all, Mr. President, the simple aspect of serving somebody that has a special need or somebody that has a need for special education or related services is underlying in a lot of it has been around since 1975, and that's the unique and individualized needs of that child and their disability and how that disability affects their education. That's been federal law. It still is federal law. It's that filter that people should be looking at. Hence, that's where the discussion of IFSPs, IEPs, IMSPs, all that stuff comes into play, right, Mr. President? And so what this does is it tells the commissioner to give a report on what these definitions are and get them back to the chairs of the education committees that we have so that they can follow up. And then there's also permissive language about perhaps running those consultings with the Perpich Center for Arts and Education, which, as you know, Mr. President, is something that the legislature pays for. So with that is the A109.
All right, any other discussion on the A109 amendment? Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate Senator Hoffman bringing this amendment forward. I, too, have had some conversations with stakeholders this would apply to and view it as favorable and think it would do some good. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the A109 amendment? Senator Swazinski.
I accept this amendment, friendly amendment.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A109 amendment is adopted. Any additional amendments? Seeing none, the secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File Number 1311, a bill for an act relating to education, modifying provisions for pre-kindergarten through grade 12, including general education accountability and transparency, education excellence, etc.
Third reading. Any final discussions on Senate File 1311? Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And I just want to remind folks that we do have 2 more bills left tonight, so that's a gentle reminder. Senator Draheim.
Mr. President, I hope that wasn't directed at me. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for the great discussion today on an important bill. I just want to shed light on something that I was able to work on with the author, and we had a different approach on how to get there, but it's on 5.13. It has to do with financial literacy portion of the bill. I think it's very important that we do our best to educate our youth on financial matters, and that is included in the bill 5.13 through 5.19. So I just stand and thank the author for including that portion of the bill. Thank you.
Senator Umu Verbaden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to share a few words of support for this bill. I want to thank Senator Kunish, Vice Chair Gustafson for their work in putting this omnibus bill together. I really enjoyed serving on the Education Finance Committee, and I'm so excited that we have funds here to help eliminate the English language learner cross subsidy. This is the bill that I carried. One of the things that I love about our state is how diverse we are, that we have people from all over the world that speak hundreds, thousands of different languages and are such an asset to our state. I'm the daughter of an immigrant and an English language learner myself, and I know that Minnesota is better off because she's here. And we have to make sure that folks have the resources that we are providing in this bill to learn, and our English language learners deserve that. And so thank you for including that, Senator Kunish.
Members, I just want to make sure I got the names of those who want to speak. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, when I served on the Prior Lake Savage School Board, I came to realize that there were really 4 items that we need as leaders to focus on in order to ensure that every student has a chance to be successful in the classroom. We need to provide policies and curriculum that allows them to be successful in the classroom and be ready to participate in the global economy. They need great teachers. We need to provide stable and reliable funding, and we need to encourage parent and community involvement. Regretfully, on the whole, Mr. President, this bill falls short. Let me first thank the body for striking down the changes to the Tier 2 licensing changes that we had talked about. And I hope Senator Swedzinski will take and defend the strong bipartisan position that we saw here today. The teacher licensure reform, which was developed and passed with bipartisan cooperation in 2017, did not create a loophole, as Senator Swedzinski, you've described it to me in other conversations, but was a deliberate progression that focused on multiple options for gaining a license and removing barriers to the profession, with a focus on not sacrificing quality. I'm disappointed that the bipartisan provision on the civics test, based on the citizenship test that we asked new Americans to take, will be stricken. The test was required, but members, if you look back at current law, it was never a barrier to graduation. After working with veterans to get to a point of agreement among Republicans and Democrats and school districts and other stakeholders, we see single-party control undoing thoughtful policy. The sections on non-exclusionary discipline are also extremely troubling. This was an idea that I worked on for several sessions and actually had a compromise that was passed in this body. It was a compromise between advocates and school officials. The provisions that we passed focused on addressing the root causes of bad behavior and requiring parental engagement earlier in the process. Our compromise agreement included encouraging school districts to use non-exclusionary discipline practices, not mandating. We defined willful to ensure that only intentional and deliberate actions were applied under our current statute grounds for dismissal. Required parent engagement earlier in the process and established expedited timelines for that communication and engagement. And we wanted to make sure that the reasons for exclusion were specific. Mr. President, I talked to a principal about these particular provisions. And his feedback to me was, we are undermining the authority and the professionalism of educators to manage their classroom with these provisions. This is a one-size-fits-all mandate. And Senator Swedzinski, I'm kind of disappointed because after our discussion and my offer to work with you, I'm seeing none of the compromises that we worked out with all those groups that survived in this very partisan provision. There are other mandates within this bill, Mr. President, and we're going to be talking about the finance bill here soon, but let me say that every mandate comes with a cost. And not every mandate in this bill will be picked up in the upcoming bill. These are mandates that will divert resources from our kids in the classroom. We had an opportunity to have a very bipartisan education bill. We should be striving for apolitical education bills. Mr. President, I'll be voting no on this bill today because that's not what I'm seeing. When I look at the non-exclusionary discipline, when I look at the attacks on the teacher licensure system, I'm seeing a more, and all of the additional one-size-fits-all mandates that we are putting on our schools. Our local schools can't afford them, and I don't know that most of our parents will find them extremely helpful in helping their kids move on to competing in the global economy. Thank you.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I have similar type concerns with this bill and probably won't be voting for it, but I do have one compliment, okay? And that's the emphasis on phonics. It's something that I've worked on throughout my school board time and 16 years, and I'm happy to see that being more emphasized in this legislation. You know, ladies and gentlemen, one of the reasons I ran for the school board, I did jail ministry for 13 years, and what I found was a lot of the prisoners couldn't read decent. In fact, some of them would pass. And so I got interested in running in the school board, and that brought me to intensive systematic phonics. And I had a lot of debates when I was on the school board versus whole language, inventive spelling, and creative writing. Those sound fine, but they cause problems with our elementary children. I spent over a week in a classroom with a third-grade teacher who was doing her doctorate on creative writing, whole language, and inventive spelling. Whole language is the memorization of the word as a whole rather than sounding it out. Creative writing is you just write regardless of how you spell or grammar, and you get 100%, even though you made numerous mistakes on the paper. And inventive spelling is you don't have to spell the word right. You just spell it any way you want because you're graded on effort. Well, these cause problems in our elementary children, and it's a major reason we have one of the highest achievement gaps in the whole nation right here in the United States. And the philosophy that undermines whole language, inventive spelling, and creative writing is called psycholinguistic. Now, why would you use the word psycho with the word linguistic? Because it's a psychology-based approach to learning English, and it doesn't work. Now, if you want to learn Chinese, which is a picture-based language, you use whole language to memorize the pictures. English is a sound syllable-based language, so you need intensive systematic phonics along with proper grammar and proper spelling, which is why we need spelling bees. So I do appreciate the emphasis on phonics here in this bill, but I think we need to realize the consequences of the faulty reading philosophies that we put onto our children, and then when they can't read, the next thing you know, they get labeled and drugged because they don't behave in classroom. And if you can't read, it impairs your ability to enter the middle class. So members, if you have any doubts about it, you can still order this book. It's a 1950s book, Why Can't Johnny Read? And it exposes the whole language hoax. And we've spent billions on it, damaging our children, and it's time we turn that around and emphasize the science of learning English and spelling it correctly with the proper grammar. So members, I just wanted to stand up and give you a positive comment for including that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I promised you I'd be brief, so I will be. I came here today prepared to vote no on this education policy bill. I felt that we had tried to make some tweaks and changes to it in good faith, and that Senator Swedzinski and others had also tried to work with us in good faith, and we just hadn't gotten there yet. But I'm encouraged by a lot of the bipartisan work that has taken place on the floor of the Minnesota Senate today. The adoption of the PSEO amendment, the adoption of the Tier 2 licensure amendment, and the adoption of the amendment early on offered by Senator Swedzinski himself, which modified some of the ethnic studies language. And so, Mr. President, it's in that spirit, and it's my hope that perhaps on the conference committee of this bill, I'll be able to continue to help with some of that bipartisan work and continue to make subtle bipartisan improvements to this bill that both Republicans and Democrats can get behind for the betterment of our students and for our schools. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Nelson. Okay, done. The last two speakers will be Senator Coleman and then Senator Swedzinski, because Senator Coleman is the ranking member. So we're going to Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, thank you for the robust discussion today. I want to start by sincerely thanking my counterpart, Senator Swedzinski, for one of the most cordial and bipartisan relationships I've had yet in the Senate. I'll concede, he's right, we probably agreed 20% of the time, not 10%, but it's in that 80% of the time that we didn't that I thoroughly enjoyed our working relationship together. With that being said, members, we heard loud and clear from stakeholders that this education policy bill just doesn't quite cut it when it comes to strengthening our schools. We heard loud and clear from parents, keep politics out of the classroom. We heard from school boards and administrators saying we need support, we don't need more mandates. This bill is the opposite of what they asked for. We heard from parents, particularly when Senator Chamberlain held the gavel, that I can't help my child who cannot read, I cannot afford a tutor, and your number one priority should be remedying this. This bill does not say this is our number one priority. We did hear from parents, school boards, students, stakeholders. What we didn't hear was the migration out of our public schools and what's causing it. What we didn't hear is how our students are performing. What we didn't hear is from teachers begging us to do something about the violence they're witnessing in their classrooms. When our schools, our students, are still trying to get back on track after the pandemic, when over half our students can't read at grade level, all other priorities outside of getting everyone back on track with the basics, reading, writing, arithmetic, these other priorities must be set aside. While I am encouraged by some of the bipartisan amendments taken here today, I am skeptical what will come back after conference committee. Members, I will be voting no on this bill. For the sake of our schools, our students, our school boards, and quite frankly, the future of education in Minnesota, I would also recommend a no vote. I believe we can do better. We must do better. And this bill just doesn't quite cut it. Thank you.
Swedzinski, Senator Swedzinski, you are the last voice before we vote for final passage. Senator Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. I don't think I can ever thank you enough. It's been an honor, a privilege, being chair of the Education Policy Committee. It's been an honor and a privilege to work with people like Grant Housechild and Zach Duckworth and Mary Kunish and Jim Abler, Aaron May Quaid, and Julia Coleman and Liz Bolden and Elise Mann and Senator Wiesenberg, the staff that made me a better senator, Anne Marie Lewis and Jenna Hofer and Betsy Jelseth, and the pages, Kaylee Courtney and Eliana Turner, our interns, Marissa Berg and Sarah Davis, Dana Elling, priceless as she is, Ryan Majerus. These people all made me a better person throughout this entire process, and they made me a better senator. I just want to ask everybody to ask themselves, how does this bill help students become intelligent, self-actualized individuals who are ready for the responsibilities of engagement within this wonderful state we live in? And how does this bill help our public school teachers and public schools make this a reality for all Minnesotans? I just want to say two quick things about this bill. I'm not going to say anything about it. We've talked enough about it. But I just want to point out, when you guys walk up this stairs tomorrow or today and you look up above at the mural, up above the Senate chambers, and you'll see three figures, allegorical mural painting, and there's a woman who's elderly. She's huddled around a campfire, and it's the fire of wisdom and knowledge and all the things humanity has accomplished. And she has just handled a sacred torch, an eternal flame, to a middle-aged person. And she's holding that torch up high. And she's passing that torch on to our youth, to our students, to the nearly 1 million kids in our E12 systems. And I ask myself every single day when I walk up those stairs, I stop and I pause and I look at that mural and I ask myself, what am I doing for having that torch handed to those people, to those kids? Because I believe in that eternal flame and that sacred torch. And I wonder where in Minnesota, oh my God. Thanks, Reagan. Thanks, my CLA, I forgot her. Sorry, and Sammy, Mary's CLA. I apologize for missing both of you. So when I walk up those stairs, I wonder, is there a future diplomat who will someday bring peace to a troubled region? Or is there a scientist out there who will find a cure for cancer, or a social worker who will help a troubled family, or maybe just a children's writer who will become the next Dr. Seuss? Because I wonder, when they're asked, how were you able to do that? How were you able to cure cancer and bring peace to a troubled family and bring peace to a troubled region in the world, or be the next Dr. Seuss? I hope their answer is, I went to the finest public schools on the planet Earth. That's what I tried to do this session, is bring to this body a bill that will do us proud. When Dr. Franklin, he was 81 years old at the Constitutional Convention, and he heard murmurings that people weren't going to sign onto the Constitution. And he walked up to the mic. He walked up to the mic at the Constitutional Convention, and he reminded his colleagues, there were 42 people in the room, and some of them were saying, I'm voting no because it doesn't have this, and some were saying, I'm voting no because it does have that. And he said to the body, I'm 81 years old, I've lived a long life, but one thing I've learned is sometimes you're right and sometimes you're wrong, and today I ask all of you to doubt a little bit of your own infallibility and sign this legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
The secretary will take the roll on final passage of Senate File 1311. Senator Bowden, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
And Senator Frentz votes aye.
Senator French votes aye. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Howell votes no.
Senator Howell votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Thank you, Mr. President. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Western votes no.
And Senator Western votes no. Members, please vote. All members having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 36 ayes and 31 noes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Senator Bowden or Senator Kunish? Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to make a motion to recess in just a moment. We will recess for approximately 30 minutes. When we come back, we will take up the 2 remaining special orders bills. The DFL caucus will meet immediately in Capitol 303. And with that, Mr. President, I move that the Senate now do recess until the call of the President.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Republicans will caucus at 3:24 following recess.
All in favor of the motion say aye. All those opposed say no. The Senate is now in recess until the call of the President.